NIPA, New Delhi, and Dr. Fauzia Abdul Rahim, College of Arts and Science, Malaysia, University, Malaysia, the participants of this webinar, my dear colleagues, my dear students and research scholars, to the third technical session of this international webinar on alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education. A very warm good morning to all of you. This technical session on the theme named Crisis, Alternatives and Innovations in Assessment will be coordinated by our esteemed colleagues, Dr. Rishabh Kumar Misra and Dr. R. Pushpa Namdev, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome you, sir. I invite you, Dr. Rishabh Kumar Misra and Dr. R. Pushpa Namdev, to proceed this session. Over to you, the coordinators of this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah, you are audible,
ma'am. Let's start. Good morning to one and all. I, Dr. R. Pushpa Namdev, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, would like you all welcome you all in the behalf of School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha, Maharashtra, in the second day of international webinar on alternate assessment and evaluation in teacher education. The focal theme for today's session is Crisis, Alternatives and Innovations in Assessment. I would like to welcome our Honorable Chairperson, Professor C.B. Sharma, and our two distinguished speakers, Dr. Fauzia Abdul Rahim, Dean School of Education and Modern Languages, UUM College of Arts and Science, University, Malaysia, and Professor Srinivas Rao, Head ICT and Project Management Unit, NIPA, New Delhi. Before inviting the speaker, I would like to give a brief introduction of our chairperson, C.B. Sharma. He is a professor in School of Education at Indira Gandhi National Open University at New Delhi. He served as the chairperson of National Institute of Open Schooling during April 2015 to April 2020. During his leadership, the NIOS has experienced a complete turnaround with many landmark new initiatives, including introduction of the course in Bharatiya Parampara, leading to award of secondary and senior secondary certificate in Indian knowledge and tradition. He has 3 decades of teaching experience. He is the recipient of President Award for commendable contribution to digital initiatives during the National Convention on Digital Initiatives for Higher Education. He has also been named Paul Harris Fellow in appreciation of tangible and significant assistance given for the furtherance of better understanding and friendly relations among people of the world by the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International. He has also been the Director of Distance Education of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and MHRD IGNOU project. Recognizing his talents and contributions, the Government of India has assigned the responsibility of training of more than 12 lakhs untrained in-service teachers to the NIOS through the Diploma in Elementary Education program, and the same was completed in a record time of 18 months. He has been on various national policy framing committees, including the committees constituted by the Government of India to review the National Council for Teacher Education and the committee constituted by Government of India to draft the Distance Education Council of India bill. He has been the member of various academic council, board of management, board of governance, etc., and also the visitor nominee in selection committee of various ODL as well as traditional institutions. He has been nominated by IGNOU as well as invited to National Committee on various areas like 11th Plan, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, National Mission of Education, Information and Communication Technologies, NEC committees, NCET planning, as well as visiting team inspections committees, etc. He has also written as well as taken a part in many national as well as state level educational planning, discussion, and brainstorming. He has been invited to be a visiting professor at various universities as well as international agencies like the World Bank of Research Studies. Under his leadership, NIOS has passed the prestigious Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence for Institutional Achievement in Distance Education, made major contribution towards the education of differently abled, especially the learning impaired, and also received Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence in Distance Education for initiatives taken for deaf learners. He is the Chief Trustee of Shanti Upendra Foundation for Development Initiative, which works in the area of education. We wholeheartedly will welcome you, sir, in this session. Now, before calling upon our first speaker, Dr. Fauzia Abdul Rahim, for her insightful deliberation, I would like to give a brief introduction of her achievement and contribution to the academic field. She has completed her term as the Director of University Teaching and Learning Center and currently is the Dean of School of Education and Modern Languages. She has also list of work experiences. She served as a director, deputy director, associate professor, head of various coordinators, head of unit, senior lecturer at University Teaching Learning Center and Center for Testing, Measurement and Appraisal, School of Education and Modern Languages, UUMCS, etc. Her area of specialization is educational psychology, and she has been awarded Doctor of Philosophy in the discipline of educational psychology, specifically mediated learning from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. The title of her thesis was Expanding the Capacity to Learn Through the ECAM Model of Mediation, Teaching and Learning English and Mathematics as the Second Language in Malaysian Primary School. Her main research interest is engaging learning, especially through mediated learning. This also extends into a virtual and online environment. She has supervised several PhD, postgraduates, as well as undergraduate scholars. She has also been involved in government-funded projects, which include leading a project for developing a dynamic facilitative model for a rural preschool teachers and creating web TV literacy-based resource for effective mediation. Through this research, she was successfully obtained medals in innovation and invention competitions, which include a gold medal at ITEX in 2014. She has accomplished more than 33 international, national, university, and school-sponsored projects. In 2015, she received the Distinguished Teaching Award, an award dedicated for excellence in teaching in UUM. She has also developed MOOC course on human lifespan development and understanding learners. She is also a research member in policy research, specifically roles of gender in science, technology, engineering, mathematics related subject in secondary and tertiary education. Fauzia Abdul Rahim has also been involved in imparting training program within and outside the university at local and global level. Her training include the teaching and learning strands as well as academic leadership strand. She has a long list of publications in several national, international journals, edited books, proceedings, etc. She has participated, chaired session, was invited as a keynote speaker in many national and international seminar, conferences, and symposium. Currently, she is in charge of Alternative Assessment Quick Facts book project, which comprises of members from several other public universities. It's our pleasure to listen her in this platform in the topic Alternative Assessment in the Time of Crisis. I would like to invite ma'am and to take this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, the university who has invited me and Dr. Gopal and Dr. Shirish for allowing me to have this session, sharing session with all of you today. Oh dear, hang on a minute. Yeah, let me just share with you. Right, so this is, I'm bringing Malaysia to India. This is a picture of our campus. University Utara Malaysia is situated in the northern part of Peninsular Malaysia, which is in the state of Kedah. So I am actually, as the Madam Chairperson has said, I'm actually the Dean, currently the Dean of the School of Education and Modern Languages. So what I will be doing today is to share with you a topic that I think all of us are currently having as educators, yeah, will have to grow about, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic that hit the whole entire world. So the topic that was given to me, or that I will be sharing with you, will be alternative assessment in times of crisis. And basically, this is the overview, yeah? In order for us to understand how we can use alternative assessment is actually issues that entail whether or not we are able to reach out to our students, especially if they're not on campus anymore. And the fact that we also need to understand our learners. Where are they? How are they? So that we will be able to help them, yeah, to facilitate the learning. Global access will be related to their ability to be connected, as I mentioned. If they are no longer on campus or no longer in the schools, then how are they going to be connected? Yeah, so global access is basically what it's all about. In view of time, whether in this short period of time, because well, COVID-19 came knocking on our door, especially in the context of Malaysia, we were in the middle of starting the semester, I think in the 5th week of the semester, and we had to comply to the restrictive movement, yeah, the MCO. So with the time left and before we can make any decisions, yeah, of what we need to do. So that's the issue of whether we can, how do we manage our time and how do we manage learning in the process. And all this can be done if we had actually designed our education in a smart process. So smart education requires smart thinking. I'll talk about that later. And because of the nature of, well, we're definitely living in a VUCA world. COVID-19 is a true example of it. And alternative assessment is one of the solutions, I would say, a very good solution in making sure that all of us will be able to measure learning. And we also need to have evidence of learning because we need to ensure that learning has taken place. So how do we, although our students are no longer in front of us, like now what I'm doing right now, I'm so used to having participants in front of me and having to speak to a computer. Now, how do we ensure that learning is taking place? And whatever it is, this whole situation has actually taught us about proactive orientation, that we need to make sure that we are ready to always think ahead rather than, you know, retrospective, thinking back. We also need to be able to think proactively. And collaborative learning is definitely crucial because the situation requires us to work together in a collaborative manner in order for us to solve the problem. Right. So coming back to our students, how well do we know our learners? Do we really understand them, or do we take our learners for granted at surface level? So just like an iceberg, truly what we see or what we know or what we think we know is just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath is the crucial bit, the skills that needs to be included, but may not be achieved by our students. So yes, they are physically in front of us, and to us that's what matters. But really, is having them in front of us really the only thing. So what we have to now unpack is the ability for them to self-regulate learning. If they become self-regulated learners, then in what situations that they are in, they're more prepared than those who are not. Are they highly motivated? How motivated are they to learn, whether in front of you or with you or without you? How motivated are they to learn? Are there struggling learners in our classroom? How many of them chose the programs without external pressure? Because that is actually related to the motivation, whether it's intrinsically motivation or extrinsically motivated. How many of our students have access to computers and resources? We always take it for granted that when they're in front of us, we assume that they have everything. But in actual fact, some of our students might not have and have been able to survive without computers because they've got their friends, they've got good connections, they've got friends, they've got the lab. But the minute they are asked to go home, some of them will have problems in terms of resources. And the crucial bit, how sure are we that our lessons are actually meaningful? That is, whether we do it online or whether we have it face-to-face, that issue needs to be addressed. So for those, and I'm sure in it's apparent in all countries, I think, all our students, the minute when we had this MCO, practically the university had to stop. No lessons are done, and it's all, swapped into the online mode. So if they are on campus, that's fine, because they have access to internet. They can have their friends, they can borrow, or they can actually go to the lab. But if they were already at home, questions like how can they be connected? How do we actually connect to them? But that's where we have to understand our students, these Z, or to a certain extent, alpha students, alpha generation. They're very good with technology. Unlike me, the X generation, I'm still learning. So they're very good, or they're very familiar with Facebook, email, Twitters, Instagram, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Telegram. We have now to also venture into using all these platforms for us to reach out our students, and don't just think that the learning management system is the only channel that we can actually communicate with our students. Because if they can access the learning management system that I think almost all institutions of learning have, that's fine. But if they can't, that's not the end of the world. So this is the alternative. The social media has a role to play, other than in other contexts, definitely in the education context. So the reality check that I think almost all countries now have to look is whether our students, no matter where they are able to access education. Because not necessarily. If I'm speaking in the context of even Malaysia, yes, we're not that bad, but there are certain locations where the students do not have access to internet, and when it was a total lockdown, it was difficult for the students to continue their lessons. And that's why we had to also start thinking about doing remote teaching and remote learning in order to cater to this kind of students. So setting of the location and access to technology and internet is crucial when we are talking about continuing lessons and assessment in times of crisis. The next thing is actually, what kind of resources are we giving to our students? Is it just a stack of materials, or is it really planned resources that will actually help them to understand wherever they are? And if the instruction is actually clear, if the assignment is actually clear, then the assignment and the resources itself facilitate their understanding. The next is technology availability. It's not just about the students here. Technology availability is also with regards to the lecturers, with regards to the instructors' ability to actually now find out what kind of Web 2.0 tools that they can actually use, or what kind of student-centered learning approaches that they can actually use, that they can use in various platforms. So ability for the instructors as well as the students to get themselves acquainted to the different types of technology is crucial. And finally, the connectivity. How well can we be connected? And I'm not just talking about connectivity here in the true sense of the 21st century definition, which is really talking about internet connectivity, but also connectivity between the interaction between one human to the other, whether we are actually staying connected with our students, or we're just, you know, we're not bothered, or we're not sensitive to their environment and how it's actually impeding learning. And that's why designing for smart education requires instructors to actually understand their curriculum. And when they understand their curriculum, they know that whatever solution that they're seeking, it goes back to the kind of curriculum that they have set, the intended learning outcomes that they have actually identified, and the skills that they have assigned to that particular course in order for them to, for the students to achieve. And these must be, and these words or verbs, I would say, must be activated in the planning when they are teaching as well as when they are assessing. And when they are assessing, I think yesterday I managed to hear this other speakers, they were talking about the importance of formative and summative assessment. And we're not just looking at just summative assessment. We now also need to focus on the formative assessment, where we give feedback on immediate feedback for our students in order for them to know how they can improve. And attainable is whether we can ensure that our delivery and the assessment activities and tasks are meaningful enough for the students to become engaged and for learning to take place. And realistic here, not only look at the consideration of whether it can be realistically done during that time period, but it is also realistic in the context of their real world, so in the context of the learners. So if we were to give them a take-home exam, we don't give them questions that they can regurgitate information, because then you will start thinking about, well, what if they then copy and paste from the internet and whatever. But if you start asking questions that's actually very sensitive to the context in which they are in, it is difficult for them to get those answers outside from, you know, what they are, because it's very contextually connected to the environment. And time-based, meaning whether you would consider, you know, in these times of crisis, that you probably need extra time for them to get themselves acquainted to the technology use or the remote teaching that you'll be using. So those are the considerations that you need to have in order for you to be able to address in times of crisis. So when you're talking about alternative assessment, these are some examples, or maybe elements, I would say, that's related to alternative assessment. So it's very performance-based. So you can actually have projects. They can actually show, if you are teaching language, for example, they can actually show their presentation, but this time in a video form, which they can actually send via WhatsApp or Telegram. So those are the kind of performance-based that you can do with your students. Authentic, as I mentioned just now, if you can have your, when you are delivering your lessons, as well as when you're assessing, the closer you are trying to do that into the real world, the better it is, because it makes sense to them. And then they can see the relevance of coming into your classroom and learning about the lesson and relating it to their own context when they complete their studies. Right, and I'm sure when you Google alternative assessment, what you will normally see will be portfolio. And in this case, because they're not in front of us and they can't send the printed version, you can actually have an e-portfolio where they can actually do in a web or blog manner, or they can actually compile it and send it via Google Drive link, and so on. So those are examples of portfolios, writing samples instead of just merely writing essays. They can actually writing for a purpose where they are actually writing, for example, if it's a complaint letter, it is truly a complaint letter to somebody in the agency, so that they can see whatever that they're doing is actually not just to fulfill the requirement of the course, but also actually related to their life. And the beauty of alternative assessment is it is very open-ended. And living in this 21st century, especially when you are unsure and there are lots of things that are uncertain, as I said just now, we're living in the VUCA world, we have to understand now that there's not just one answer. To solve a solution, to solve the problem, there will be various solutions, yeah? So allowing them to have to continue doing that even during our assessment as they go along doing their courses for their program helps them to transfer those information and transfer those knowledge into the real world context in their job arena easier, yeah. And another element of alternative assessment is that you're allowing your students to develop self-regulated learning, where they are being given the opportunity to also self-assess themselves and get feedback from also their peers rather than just getting the feedback from the instructor. So the more feedback they get from various people gives them the idea that there's always room for improvement. There's always multiple ways for them to be able to do better, yeah? And when they're learning to become trustworthy and responsible for really being truthful when they're actually giving feedback to their peers or themselves in order for them to be able to reflect, that will make them become an independent learner. So in order for us to be able to do alternative assessment, what instructors would have to know is to make sure that we understand the learning outcomes. What is it that we want to get out of the course that we are doing or the subject that we are doing? And then start thinking of the creative ways, alternative ways to assess. And this is where creativity is crucial. It's essential. Yeah, because the more interesting it is, the students are going to become engaged. And we also have to start thinking about the disadvantage, because the most disadvantage in our classroom, when you're talking about assessment, it's got to be fair, right? So that's why we have to look at the most disadvantage. If there's one student in our classroom who cannot get access to online, then online assessment should not be an option. Then you've got to start thinking of other alternatives. Then the fourth step is actually to think of the instruction. What would be the right instruction, clear instruction, because this is the important bit. If your instruction is clear, similarly in a paper pencil test, if your STEM is clear, your stimulus is related, chances are you'll be able to, produce good question. If not, it might be a faulty question. So you have to make sure that the instruction for the alternative assessment is also clear and it's also relevant and able to measure the learning outcome that you have set. And of course, when you're talking about alternative assessment, you're not just testing on the knowledge. You can actually even measure or even observe skills, yeah? And that's why you need to begin with the end in mind. And when we're talking about begin with the end in mind in alternative assessment, usually, I wouldn't say definitely or all the time, but usually you will be using rubrics. And I think yesterday, there's one speaker who also talked about rubric, right? And the best part of it is not for you. If you actually understand your learning outcome, you will be able to come up with your own rubric, because the rubric that you have must be able to measure the learning outcome and must be also related to the task that you have given. the assignment, the instruction that you have given. So having your own rubric is far better than getting it from the internet. And if you're talking about rubric, there's an analytical type of rubric and there's also holistic type of rubric, and both can be used in alternative assessment. And issues of reliability and validity is still there. Even when you're using rubric, there is a way for you to do it even for essay. So not just MCQs. So there is an avenue there for you to actually, if you're doing it many times using the rubric, in a long run, you will be able to identify, if it can identify, it differentiate between the good students and the bad students, then you know that the rubric is valid and reliable to be used. And of course, if you have many instructors teaching the course and many instructors who are going to assess those the courses that you have, then there is a tendency, that you must have inter-rater reliability, where all the instructors sit together to mark one or two examples in order for you to know the standard that you have set. Right. When I mentioned about proactive orientation, basically what it entails is about thinking certainly ahead for an uncertain future. We can't wait until something happens, then only we start thinking. We've got to have something done in advance, or sorry, the kind of thinking that we have must be futuristic. So in order for us to have those kind of futuristic thinking, our curriculum must also be futuristic. So we have to have a notion of begin with the end in mind, and whatever that we do, we must make sure that our lessons and our delivery and our assessment is actually designing for learning. There is a notion of empowering our students that they can, as an individual, have the capacity to learn. And because they are individuals and they are different, therefore, not all our students are the same. That's where mediating learning is actually important, because different students will require a different kind of support. And it's okay if even the instructors and the students don't understand how to solve a problem because the problem is novel. It's all right, because uncertainty is the path to discovery. Because when they discover, then learning there's a trajectory in learning. So finding solution is the way for them to actually understand better, and therefore leading to conviction. So what would be the barriers to change? What would be the barriers for using alternative assessment? Because we're so used to paper pencil tests, the traditional way of assessing. What would be the barriers? The barriers would be readiness. Are our teachers and our students ready to seek alternatives? Because they have to do something out of the ordinary. In fact, they have to do extraordinary. And when I'm saying extra, the reason why I slant it, because basically it's a lot of thinking. It sounds as if it's a lot of work, but it's just it's one thing that you have to do anyway in order for you to be able to measure learning. Next is understanding learners. Now, many of us take our students for granted. We just want to complete our syllabus and assess them, and they're out of our system, and they get their results, and that's it. But you know, even before COVID-19, understanding learners is actually a very important aspect that some of us might actually overlook. And now is about time that we actually really take that into heed. Infrastructure. As I mentioned just now, because of the location and the facilities and certain, if you're talking about urban and rural, probably the rural students who stay at the rural settings will not be able to get all the perks that their friends or their counterparts in the urban area would have. So this if I'm talking here about, if you're talking using online and internet facilities, and infrastructure needs to be there. And in order for us to make sure that infrastructure is ready, you can't do it alone. There must be a collaborative effort from the government, from the corporate sectors, from the institution of learning and the society to ensure that there's a conducive infrastructure for learning to take place. And of course, seizing the moment. we have to now understand, based on this unexpected, uncertain condition, to change, because this is time for us to change and make that difference. And in order for us to really, really appreciate the experiences that we're having right now, is actually to learn the lesson. The lesson here is not just to regurgitate knowledge, but actually now to start thinking about what kind of knowledge that can help us to create learners who are prospectively able to think ahead. And finally, when you're talking about collaborative learning, this is where you want the makeup of the student, the makeup, the talent development. How are we going to make sure that we are able to have or achieve what we intend to achieve? So doing that, collaborative learning is not just happening in the classroom. It's basically part of our lives, that we have to work in collaboration. In the context of education, we start with the intended learning outcome. What is the intended learning outcome? This is where it all began, and this is where it will end. What do we want to achieve? The other question at the end, we want to ask ourselves, are we able to achieve it? So making lessons meaningful, lessons that are not engaging should not be continued. So we as instructors need to make sure that we are able to continuously, thinking and producing and executing lessons that are meaningful and interesting for our students. And next is actually to ensure assessment of learning. So that's where alternative assessment is inevitable and crucial in this kind of settings. And once we are able to do that, assurance of learning. How do we know that our students have got it? Do we have enough evidence that learning has taken place and that the intended learning outcomes have been achieved? And continuous quality improvement, basically, nothing is perfect in this world. So once you have actually completed, you have to start becoming reflective and seek for opportunities for improvement. And all this, without the collaborative effort and support from various parties, will not help our learners to grow and for education to actually prosper. So literally, there is a saying, right? It takes the whole village to educate the learners. Yes, literally, the government, the institution of learning, the corporate sectors, the society need to work together in order for us to be able to overcome whatever crisis that we may have in the future. All right, stay safe, stay healthy, and thank you for listening. And terima kasih in Malay. So I'm going to end here, and perhaps if I have time, get some questions. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am, for your thanks a lot, ma'am. And one question we have received from and he is telling that, ma'am, which is the most important element of assessment brings to student creative education?
Sorry, could you repeat that? You're a bit lagging there.
Yes, ma'am, I'm repeating it. Which is the most important element of assessment brings to student creativity at college level education?
Which is more important?
Yeah.
In terms of creativity, is it in school or in college? Is that the question?
Yes, madam. At college level. Okay.
Creativity is crucial in all parts of education, from preschool to tertiary. Definitely, especially so in tertiary, because when we're talking about creativity here, is able to think critically and creatively in solving novel problems. Problems that has got no solution yet. That would be really, really good, because the more you have that in your classroom, and embedded in the curriculum, you are going to produce students who are actually going to have that prospective orientation, as I mentioned just now.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. And till now, I didn't find any question, but I have a little query about this, regarding this. Madam,
Okay.
in this regard, in the present situation, it's a crisis situation, though we are handling each and every class through online mode. But the way you have told that there are many problems related to our, first you have told that whether that learning performance-based authentic portfolio or e-portfolio, writing samples, open-ended, self-peer, these all are the basic things, elements of alternative assessment. Okay.
Yes.
So how can we ensure in this crisis where there are many students who are not available to online, they are not able to access the online mode, and you have given one very important point that we should understand our learner. We are understanding. But at the present situation, we have certain problems or certain accessibility problems. In
Yeah.
this situation, what we can do in
Okay.
this?
Yeah. Okay. Let me share our experiences in Malaysia when we were all excited. We were ready with online assessment and online teaching. We were ready. I think since when I was the director of University Teaching Learning Center, we tried to make sure that everyone is on board. They understand we were doing blended learning at that moment. But that's why I say it's crucial for you to understand your learners. When they are on campus, that's fine because they have all the facilities. Yeah, they have the internet connection and whatever. But the minute they go home, that's the true reality, which you need to find out whether are they able to access internet? Do they have a computer to begin with? So this is where we say we are going to change it to remote teaching and remote learning. I understand in the literature, when you talk about remote teaching and remote learning, it's still about online. It's still them doing learning without you being there. It's still online because we're talking about the first world countries, right? But we're talking about developing countries and going to be developed countries. This is still an issue where not all our students are actually privileged enough to have all those facilities. So that's why our alternative assessment cannot just be online. It must also be project-based. So they can actually do little projects that if they can't write because they don't have a computer, let's just say, or in worst case scenario, they don't have a computer, they still can write, right? I mean, the traditional handwriting, it still can be done. If you really want learning to take place. During the MCO, it was like that. You know, some students will have to write on their own and start sending by post. So when MCO was done, the post office were really busy sending materials and all that. But after the MCO was lifted, students were able to go out of their homes to respective places where they can get access to all this internet and computers and to continue doing their projects as usual. So never think that if you don't have your computer, that's the end of the story. If you don't have the internet, that's it, we can't teach. We have to become creative. And we have, to a certain extent, if we have to go back to basics, go back to the basics.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Another question with us, Ruchika Verma has asked, and she has told that you rightly said that it is the teacher only who will prepare such assessment tools. And it is a very big task for teacher educators to assess the pupils' teacher for their internship and practical work. What are your views regarding these issues?
Yeah, well, depending. If your students are able to continue their practicum, right? This is teaching practicum, am I right? Yeah.
Yes.
If your students are able to access to internet and they can continue, because that's what we do in Malaysia, all teachers were actually using Google Classroom and Google Meet and even Telegram and WhatsApp. any channels for that matter, in order for them to make sure that they can still be connected and continue their lessons with their students. Although it's not ideal, it's not as what they would want it to be, but at least they are trying their best in order to continue. So you can also do that. You cannot live in an ideal situation because the world has gone ballistic, you know, with this COVID-19. The world is no longer the same world as before. So whatever that you have, if you can have access to internet, you can still do your practicum and have your supervisor to be in the classroom to observe what's happening, interaction between you and your students. Just like if I'm doing it right now, I can have my supervisor in here listening to me, you know, ask how I'm actually addressing and addressing the questions and all that. So it still can be done, not the end of the world. Or if internet is an issue, they can actually do video recording of what lessons, how they taught. If they can actually meet the little students in the classroom, they can actually continue teaching in a normal classroom. They can video record themselves and send you the video recorded materials for you to evaluate. So that's also another option.
Okay. We have another question, ma'am. Yes, somebody is asking. Deepshika?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, my question is how a teacher can assess in collaborative approach?
Well, if you are the only one teaching, then it's unlikely that you'll be doing collaborative. But even then, you can actually use your colleagues to actually you know, do a little projects together with you. But let's just say you're teaching a course or a subject that is also being taught by other people, right? Rather than you sitting in your room, you know, trying to think creatively what kind of assessment that needs to be done, it would be good for you to get all your friends, you know, as many as you can, to sit down, you know, get over pakora or whatever, and a cup of coffee. You discuss what kind of assessment that would be excellent for your students, what kind of activities, interesting projects that all of you can actually do together. That's what I mean by collaborative here. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes,
problem.
ma'am.
We have another question. It's a very contextual question, and the context is India. Or
Okay.
Question is asked by Anil Mishra, and it's in Hindi. इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या के दृष्टिगत फिर छात्रों की संख्या को देखते हुए समय पर सही मूल्यांकन एक समस्या है. वर्तमान में इसका अच्छा समाधान क्या हो सकता है? मैडम, he is asking about कि what could be the best solution for assessment in the present COVID pandemic situation?
Well, I cannot answer you because there's only one answer to this. You've got to go back to your students, find out the kind of students that you have. Then only you will decide the kind of assessment that will be good for the students. So that's why you have to look at the most disadvantaged, because you cannot be giving different assessment for different kind of students, right? Our curriculum is not set that manner. It's not individual in that sense. At the moment, our curriculum is such that we're still comparing between one and the other. We will have a bell curve or whatever. So because of that, there must be only one kind of assessment, which means we have to look at all our students and seek and really understand the least advantage, the most disadvantaged students. Then we can decide whether we can use online, we can use other methods, projects or whatever. Because if you have, let's just say you're teaching 30 students, one student cannot access internet, online assessment is not an option.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Another question by Sunaina Kadle. Okay, one question is that Sunaina Kadle, she is telling that in this pandemic, we can assess the cognitive aspects, but it's very difficult to assess skills and developing many soft skills too. How do we ensure real-out development? How can we ensure this kind of development?
Okay, that's where alternative assessment is beautiful because it doesn't look at knowledge only. It can actually requires them to also harness their soft skill. So let's just say you have decided to do on a project. That project, well, depending on the course learning outcome, right? If the course learning outcome is related to, for example, communication, and communication here not only writing but also speaking, yeah? So both types of communication, you're going to assess them. So it's not just, you see, if you're asking them to do project, you can actually assess their communication skills when they video record themselves communicating with other people, or they share what their views. Let's just say the project is they have to explain how pandemic crisis has impact education, for example. So in your instruction, you say you are a member of the EXCO committee in the government, and you need to go and explain to people and all the teachers about, you know, how this pandemic has actually influenced the education. So they can actually do something like this, where they talk to people, supposedly they're talking to people, but in actual fact, you are actually assessing their ability to communicate their views. You're not just looking at the points that they are giving. That is part of the assessment, definitely. But apart from that, you're also looking whether they have eye contact, whether they are actually understanding the question, you know. So using projects can actually help them to help you actually to measure soft skills.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. One long-term results question has been asked by a student, by an individual, and he is telling that how much time will it take for 100% implementation of online classes and assessment?
100. If it's online, it's very easy. Yeah. If it's online, it's easy. The difficult part is when you're reading the essays. You have to read 100 essays. That's terrible. But if it's online, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And
Okay.
now I didn't find any questions related there to this.
Okay.
And I would like to thank you, and you have very pinpointedly kept many such issues and questions which we need to look on to when we are thinking of the alternative crisis, alternative assessment. You have told about how well do we know our learners. This is one of the very important aspects in online learning processes also, and how many individuals we can reach out. Reaching out is also one of the important aspects. Global access in the context of reality check, designing for smart education, elements of alternative assessment, what steps we can take for alternative assessment, identifying the learning outcomes, then proactive orientation, that is thinking certainly ahead for an uncertain future. Means we should always have a proactive orientation, and to implement alternative assessment, what are the barriers and how we can remove these barriers. And finally, you have told about the collaborative learning, which is not just in a classroom, but it should be done collaboratively with our colleagues, fellow beings. Okay, so thanks a lot, madam, for these fruitful deliberations. We are very thankful to you, and on the behalf of our School of Education and Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, I would give you a thanks a lot, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
For further proceeding for the next session, Rishabh sir, I would like to call Dr. Rishabh Kumar Mishra so as to proceed. Over to you, Rishabh sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpa Namdev. After this igniting lecture, now I would like to invite Professor K. Spas, who is Head of ICT and Project Management Unit of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. Professor Srinivas has vast experience of teaching, research and consultancy, spanning over 30 years of period. He is one of the pioneers in field of online education and training in India, especially in field of MOOCs and blended learning. He has been guiding many institutions such as NCERT in use of ICT. There is too much to tell about his achievements, but I am not taking so much time to introduce Professor Srinivas, because he is well-known figure in field of ICT and MOOC education in India. But I just want to mention something about him. He is member of core committee of Special Center of ICT at JNU. He is member of Senate at IIT Sonipat. Professor Srinivas is also member of Academic Council at Lady Dio College, Madurai. Professor Srinivas is a member of Academic Advisory for NCERT Swayam MOOC team. Now, I would like to request Professor K. Srinivas to enlighten us with his valuable ideas and deliverables. Respected Professor K. Srinivas, sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Suprabhat. Namaskar to all my friends. Thank you very much. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Viswavidyalaya Wardha, Professor Thakur, Dr. Srish Pal, and my other beloved School of Education friends and other panelists who are there in this panel. Thank you very much once again. And so we all know very well that yes, this is a special situation, and the entire world, of course, we are not exceptional. We are all of us are facing this pandemic situation. Social distancing need to be maintained. Networking is an issue, and of course, my earlier speaker also touched upon some of the aspects. And I must start saying that we don't have a magic wand to get a solution for everything. And what I want to say as a teacher is do your best and don't wait for anyone's advice, and do your best whatever the way, because we are all teachers. We all join the teaching profession by choice, number one. And we never expected that suddenly this pandemic has been, when in comparison with the medical staff, when in comparison with all other front line staff, we are all much in comfortable position, I must tell you. So what I'm trying to say, it is the responsibility, and we can also come up with a specific a kind of a situation so that we can meet and we can do the best out of it. And I have a small presentation. On the basis of that presentation, which I will be speaking to you. And this is the title of my presentation is Building Competencies of Teachers in Online Assessment and Evaluation. Friends, I completely agree with you, my earlier speaker, that yes, technology and other things everything is fine. But at the same time, have you, are we prepared for this? Initially, no. Initially, yes, to some extent. So what is important is when we are moving towards a new situation suddenly, which is imposed on us. So in my view, because I'll be talking about from the teacher point of view, and whether it is an online course, whether it is a conventional classroom-based teaching, or whether it is a blended mode of a teaching, one important component which we had to do our best to strengthen is teacher. And I think it is the responsibility in that context. I must congratulate my another good friend, Professor C.P. Sharma, the former chairman of NIOS. He has made a tremendous effort to train so many teachers. And during his tenure as chairperson of NIOS, and such kind of things should be noted down, because what is important is whatever you plan it, ultimately it is the place where it has to be get executed. Without that kind of things, it cannot happen. So teacher plays a major role as far as any such things are concerned. But at the same time, and when suddenly, and of course, because since last almost 3.5 months, probably 6 to 8 hours of the time I am spending on a daily basis to orient, sensitize in, and to get into this online orientations are being provided to the teachers concerned across India. What is one thing which I noticed is, and people are so concerned about, and people are very keen to also participate, because everybody comes to know that now you see the medical staff, paramedical staff, and starting from the bureaucracy to the senior-most the heads of the state to the heads of the country, and many everybody is chipping in. Now teachers are also started saying that yes, it is also our responsibility to be with our own students, and we can also contribute. And please try to understand why this competencies. I'm not saying that only online assessment is cannot be treated as an isolation. This is what I mean to say, that because it is part of a system, and it is the high time we should start working into that, so that we can reach a proper conclusion to that. And with this brief introduction, let me start my presentation. Let me start with a positive note, what Albert Einstein has said, which is still valid, and especially is the current juncture. I do not teach anyone. I only provide the environment in which they can learn. So I think it's a high time. I think we can also start moving into this kind of a direction, so that then we can have an eventful. Okay, fine. I completely agree with you. I can join, but then just have a look. And this is another book by Dr. Spencer Johnson. I think many of you must have read this book. It says, "Who Moved My Cheese?" In this, Spencer Johnson has said, he talks about the change management, and what is precisely will say that if you do not change, you can become extinct. And we have an excellent examples of many such things which have not changed during course of time. Change happens, and anticipate the change, monitor the change, adapt to the change quickly, and enjoy the change. That's very important. And instead of saying that it only affected us, so you can see the entire world has affected with this pandemic. And everywhere, every institution is being doing their best to protect the lives of the people, and with the social distancing and many other things. And so what is important is, in this time, and the teacher who plays a major role as far as the teaching, learning, and assessment is being concerned, and he or she has to adapt the situation. And the last but not the least, one point is, be ready to change quickly and enjoy the change again and again. And but that's very important to me. One of the famous quote my dad used to tell me long years back is, he's always say that whatever job you do, it first of all you enjoy it. Then he says, as long as you are enjoying the job, the salary is an incentive. Okay, so that's the very important message, which is being given from this uh, the point. So what is the need of the hour? Okay, I will come one by one into the point where so what is the first important point, what I want to say, that let's make use of this lockdown period, or the special situation we all of us are facing, as an opportunity and relevant to the present situation. And of course, every time, maybe this corona or COVID-19 has taught us new ways to do it, and how can we survive also. And the second important point which I try to drive here is, engage the students continuously by interacting with them through online or any other convenient form suitable to you and to your students. That is one of the clear message which I am giving in this case. See, what is happening is fine. The online learning management systems, the processes are fine. And if example, if nothing is worked out, and I think we can be in touch with our learners with the help of Telegram. We can help, or we can be in touch with your students with the help of the WhatsApps. And there are many innovative methods are happening in this form, and people have been doing that. And the third important point, again, I just want to reiterate, as I said earlier, it is the time to adopt the change, no doubt about it. And to be relevant, since the technology of online education and all the digital initiatives, and government of India, you all know very well that this is the benefit of our foreign delegates. I must say the government of India started in 2017 excellent platforms like Swayam, India's first MOOCs platform, Swayam Prabha, India's first 32 free DTH channel where live and archival contents are available, and National Digital Library, a huge collection of digital resources are available. EPG Pathshala, like there are many resources are made it available. So it's a high time they had to, and they could make use of this one to revolutionize the higher education. So this is basically the need of the hour. And because I've been saying that, so what was the action plan? First of all, let me start with the action plan, then we'll go to the next part of it. The initial action plan, first of all, continue from where you have stopped. So that is the main important thing. And by around March 20th, around our third week of the March, the universities have closed, students have reached home, and the faculty members are also there at different places. And so the teaching learning, which is a rhythmic process. See, again, assessment comes the third stage. First of all, teaching, learning, assessment. That was the rhythmic process, because we know very well that every course has an objectives, every course has the learning outcomes, and we are doing our best to do. So the question comes here, and continue from where you start. That's number one. Number two, provide the reading material, video content online and other sources also. So if it is possible, do it through email, do it through WhatsApp, and whatever the best way to communicate. One of the teachers which I met recently through online, and he's been saying that, sir, we have a basic phone, and majority of my students are having a basic phone, and he's been recording. He's been recording a small chunks of audio recording, and he's been sharing with the students, and that's again an innovation which can be acceptable. And provide the OER links to the learners for the further study. You all know very well that abundant open educational resource material is available. Okay, and so that is important for us. I think because when we start facilitating, and we can see that what kind of assessment can be taken up later. So first important, so facilitate that. Then if needed, because when we are when it is required, and you can develop the content and give assessments every week. I'll come back to that assessment part little later, because there are certain concerns which I've been hearing from the last 3.5 months from across this section of this great nation. So what I've been trying to say that there are certain concerns people are asking. So I'd like to flag upon those issues when I move there. Okay, let's come to some of the important queries my beloved learned colleagues are asking whenever I'm conducting this kind of workshops across India. So few things I just want to flag it here. Okay, and the first important thing people have been saying that see this suddenly when they moved from the conventional classroom teaching, and again I'm telling you, and this online teaching definitely cannot replace the conventional classroom teaching there, but on a special situation like this, we all needs to come forward to adopt it, so that we can also support our students learning. So the first question people have been saying a lot of Zooms and Google Meets, Jitsis, WebExes, GoToMeeting, Microsoft Teams. Are they enough for the online teaching? And that is one part of it. Okay, so let me come back to, let me read out the questions first and let me come back so that, when, and the questions which the people have been asking are across India. Second thing, what is the need and role of a learning management systems? And that's one part. And the third important thing is what do the faculty need to prepare the videos and e-text on their own? And the fourth one is how do the faculty conduct the assessment, which I'll come back a little later. So as you know, that one of the component of the online teaching is the live interaction platforms. Depends on the network availability. It depends on the kind of situations, and both the parties are on the same page. Okay. So what is why suddenly it has come up? Because it supports the classroom like scenario when this pandemic has suddenly has come. So this is what the people have done. And what is the role of a learning management system? And whether you call it as a Moodle, which is a free open source learning management system, Google Classroom, of course, both cannot be compared, but still I can say that people have started using it because the kind of advantages the Moodle learning management system it has, and it has got a wide variety of the assessment methods, whether it's a formative assessment, whether it's a summative assessment, whether it's a peer assessment, auto graded, and there are many options are available. And so yes, in certain extent Google Classroom is not having it, fine. I'm not going into that part of as such. So basically what it does here, and if the network is not available, and intermittently network is available, so the one of the important thing what person can do is that it supports this self study. So let's now take this opportunity. This is what the new normal or new change which I've been talking about. Let's encourage our students to learn on their own, and of course at the same time, and do all your best to interact with them. And the second advantage of this the learning management system, you all know very well, it supports the learners to learn on their own pace, space and time. And the third important thing is very important, is it supports the collaborative learning. It supports the team building. And what is important is, we know the studies are saying that the learners are learning more confidently when they are interacting with their peers, and the teacher is also available 24/7 and in a virtual mode. And it also supports the device independence, because the scenario is totally different when we compare this one outside. So yes, it has got all these kinds of things which is available here. So this is the second important component of the online teaching, but it's not everything. Again, the third important component is teacher. The third important component is teacher and the teacher's competencies, and it is the responsibility of every nation to train and also support the teachers. We can sit and say many things, this is happening, that will happen, but ultimately teacher and the students and the system will definitely create a major component as such. So one of the query faculty members are asking that, do we need to prepare the videos and e-text for my classes? I said no. See, there is so much, like for example, in Indian context, we can say that we have a huge collection of digital initiatives and by the government of India, top class, good quality material in the name of Swayam Prabha, National Digital Library, and many EPG Pathshala kind of resources. So as per your course plan or lesson plan, objectives and outcome, and if it's then huge collection of national and international open educational resources initiatives are there. I think this is the one of the orientation faculty members need to be provided, so that they need not worry about the content and the resources which is supporting the students learning. Second thing is, if the suitable content, as per his lesson plan, objectives, and outcome, and the level of the class. Generally, we teach any topic in basic, advanced, and application level. If it is not available and not meeting the requirements of the class, and of course, then create the content using the simple techniques. Nowadays, content creation is not a uh, big task. And the next important point is again, how do the faculty need to conduct the assessments? Because what the faculty have been saying that, sir, we have been listening a lot of buzzwords saying that we can conduct multiple choice quizzes, and we can conduct, and again there is a big discussion happening that is it multiple choice quizzes appropriate, and short note, long note, and open book examination kind of a thing. Again and again I am telling you, friends, yes, it is possible, it is possible. And some of the faculty members are not at all agreeing, saying that no, these assessments are not appropriate. But can you tell me that this is, why don't we all agree collectively that in this special situation, why don't we come up with some kind of a special measures? And often I've been hearing that multiple choice question is not an appropriate. Just look at the levels of the questions. I'm not talking about, see, when to encourage the students to test the knowledge, what generally we used to do is, we used to start with the knowledge level questions. And once the knowledge level questions are being done in a manner, and knowledge level questions are to encourage the students, that's all. Okay, then the criticality comes when you prepare the application level questions, and the next one is analytical level questions, and next one is critical thinking level questions. And why don't we encourage our faculty members? Please understand, friends, and both national, international, this is a special situation we all of us are facing. This pandemic has affected all walks of life. And like our medical staff, paramedical staff, why don't our teachers also to come forward and to do this kind of, I understand once the normalcy will be restored and we can meet our students, we can give the pen and paper examination kind of a thing and do it. And so my hunch in this case is, you can start with the application level questions, analytical level questions, critical thinking level questions, and of course few bit of knowledge level questions also. So the MCQ, multiple choice question, will definitely will give you a big leverage as far as conducting of the, and at the same time students also will be properly connected in that. And not necessarily, I think the earlier speaker has rightly said, fine, if the learning management system does not work, like for example Moodle does not work or Google Classroom does not work, and there are many methods are available. Hot potatoes, we can use it there. I'm going to show you that one in the next slide. So then the open book examination, friends, I must tell you, it's a wonderful option. I myself seen in many universities of implementing this one without any hassle in this country currently during this period. So what is important is, and I think there is another hunch or apprehension people are already having it. No, it gets copied and we'll have it. I think I can tell you something. I please don't put this kind of a stamp on our students are good. Students are good, faculty members are good, our education system is very good. You know, these are all some aberration there. They may be 1%, half a percent, 0.1%. So don't blame everybody that it's happened, but it works. What is important is when we have something in our mind clearly, then things will work. Okay, let's understand what are the other competencies which we have been talking about in this case. I'm going to show you a small table here, because since it is not isolated, and it has to be connected with this, let me show you the step one. The step one is, what is important in this case is, uh, first of all, say set up your mind towards the online teaching. That is very important. Not only online teaching, learning and assessment, very important. It's not an isolated component as such. And number two, microphone is on, please. The step 2 is you need to make some broad basic decisions about the asynchronous mode of teaching, whether it's a self-study, be it be a Moodle or a Google Classroom or Sakai, Angel, Canvas, anything. And second one, synchronous mode of learning, like live interaction platforms and the percentage of interaction. Because at the same time, we don't want to replicate a conventional classroom in the name of online replicating on a computer screen is not that. And second important thing is pedagogy. And of course, we have the 4 quadrant approach is available. We have a flipped mode is available. And coming to the assessment methods, and are we talking about the teacher reviewed assessments? Are we talking about the peer reviewed assessments? Are we talking about the auto graded assessment? Friends, these are all the competencies we need to give to the teacher concerned with a hands on orientation. Please try to understand, it's not a theoretical thing which I've been saying, that we should provide this kind of orientation to the faculty concerned. And also I just want to share a small innovation which I've been doing for last couple of years with a good success. And after training support, and since we have so much social media like WhatsApps and these things are available, just create a after training support of 30 days once your workshop of 7 days or 10 days over. And use, then it gives a lot of motivation, lot of encouragement, lot of support to the teachers. So we can say that yes, our resource persons are with us, and it definitely works. It is working. And define the role of students and teachers especially, and what were the expectations from the teachers and what was expectations from the students, and interaction levels and the feedback mechanism. So these are the broad decisions has to be taken by the teacher. The next step 3 is whether you adapt a LMS platform or any platform for that matter. See, what is happening is, and you can say, people have been saying that on and everywhere the bandwidth is not equal, everywhere there are the issues are there. So try to use, not necessarily you should go with the Moodle, not necessarily you should go with the Google Classroom. You can simply start with the Google Sites, or you can use only WhatsApp, or you can use the only Telegram, and not necessarily a specific application. So what is important is whether the content has sharing has been done. And so again, the 4 quadrants again say content sharing in terms of videos and e-text, and assessments, different assessment methods. If you are using a learning management system, already structured assessment methods are available, or a simple assessment methods can be taken. There are simple exercise, even if when you confine to the Google. And the Drive has so many options, are the Google Forms are having so many multiple options are there. Unfortunately, we never explored that part to the extent possible. And those things can be used either in the WhatsApp and Telegram. And in terms of the content, I wish first of all we must explore, and we should provide the hands-on competency on the teachers, how to search and use the content which is required for the assessments also. And there are so much good quality open educational resources are available. Even it is available in the vernacular and regional languages also is available, and the Government of India has made a very good attempt. And it is already available, and people should make use of it. And not necessarily only in the video lectures and e-text, and it can be available in the audio material also. It is available in the images. If it is not available, if it is not meeting your requirements, do it on your own, and decide on collaboration and others. That is the next step 5. Okay, so there are so many options are available. Experts are already there. They have been working on that. It can be done, and addressing the issues and constraints, and support each other, explore all the useful resources, and the last but not the least, review, fine tune, and move ahead. What happened when we make an effort, and this is completely new to certain section of the people. And I must tell you that last month when we conducted a workshop, one 84 years old young man was there in the workshop, and we know because he was sitting with his great daughter. She's a assistant professor in a university, and the 84 years old young man was so passionately learned it because he has created his own Moodle site, and he created his Google Classroom. Then he extensively worked with the Moodle, and when we asked to submit the assignment, both the granddaughter and the great old young man also submitted the assignments. But I found the assignment submitted by the gentleman was far better than the lady who has done that one. Okay, so what is important is age is not, and what very important point which I just try to drive in this case is the current day technology is an enabler. The current day's technology and technology enabled applications have great facilitators. But if you want to take the maximum benefit out of it, first and foremost thing, teachers must be sensitized. And teachers must have provided good hands-on orientation. Now, virtually things have been happening it. Now you see that now Malaysia and India is much closer. We never had much difficulty as such. And the third important thing is teacher must be creative and teacher must be innovative, and we need to prepare the teachers to meet any eventuality. What is important is suddenly if things are not happening, and heaven won't fall down. And I have seen such kind of situations. I'll just tell you one small interesting episode. I was there 5-6 months back. I was there in one of the university to teach. Due to some technical issues, the entire power has gone and there is no light in the university. But the participants are eagerly waiting. Believe me, friends, we just joined the tables in the dining hall, and around 9:15 we started. And one first statement I said, there is no power and there is no PowerPoint, and just enjoy yourself. And believe me, friends, it went on. The class went on till up to 2:30, and suddenly in the meanwhile power came. But even after the power came, still people are saying that no, that is the method is being perfectly executed. So what I'm trying to say that these things that's how we need to prepare that's how we need to prepare the teacher to do needful. Okay, now the assessment point. So it's basically lies at the heart of the learning experience, and how learners are assessed shape their understanding of the curriculum and determines the ability to progress. And we know understand that there are summative, there are formative, and there are a lot of trends, and already some attempts are already there by many institutions, and of course the challenges also. But my important the focus of the presentation is, and whatever it is being there, and we need to build the competencies of the teachers in this methodologies of assessment, so that they can come up with their own method. They could be quizzes, they could be a test, they could be examination, projects, and of course presentations. And of course, in India, there is one national testing agency initiative, a premier testing agency for conducting of competitive entrance examinations. And recently, the Honorable Minister of HRD has announced that so many examinations are from the 12th onwards. And of course, national testing agency is taking a lot of responsibility in support of the faculty members. Apart from that, there are many online examination companies are also doing an excellent initiative also, and they're all working in tandem with in tandem. And now there is one more new dimension which has come up during this COVID time, is proctored online examination. Yes, and even the costing factor is also very less, but that's good. And I've tested with three companies recently when we want to see that it is working pretty good. And of course the challenges, very descriptive type examination, speed and connectivity is a big problem. Because in one of the proctored examination, what we have noticed that one teacher was there with around 80-90 students and monitoring. Suddenly there was a power problem, and the network is a big issue over there. And of course, evaluation is also. And now coming to the formative assessment, so basically, we all know very well the good assessment alignment. Very importantly, whenever the teacher wants to give an assessment, he or she should align with the objectives of the paper, and it should be having a well-defined criteria and standards, and authentic and holistic tasks, promotes the self-direction, and as well as the sufficient and timely format. So what is important in this case is now whatever the theoretical concepts are available that can be supported well effectively with kind of assessment methods are available, especially in Moodle kind of a platforms. You can have a wonderful around 300 plus 300 plus assessment methods are available, are all available in the Moodle. So that the sky is the only limit to experiment it. So I think and very importantly, as you all know very well, the principle of effective thing, and it should be learner centered. Encourage the self reflection, including rubrics. Even I think when this is also equally reflected in one of the earlier speaker presentation, rubrics for discussion, assignments, and collaboration, and encourage the self and peer assessment kind of a thing, contextual and aligned to the learning outcomes. And but what is important in this case is now, I think slowly when we are talking about the peer assessment, not only from the teacher point of view, and it should be the other learners also need to participate in this one. And as you know, the formative assessment is basically the quality of learning, and for learning rather than of learning, and goals, objectives, outcomes, criteria, explicit feedback on the extent to which these goals and objectives have been met, and so on and so forth. And of course there are so many options are available which but what is important is, and whatever it is being done, first and foremost stage, the competencies of the teachers has to be developed, and immediately once it has been done, and it has to be communicated loud and clear to the all the students concerned with the objectives of the assessment. Otherwise, simply if you assume that these things are happening and it is being done, it will be, and a lot of quizzes can be done like this, matching questions, fill in the blank, clone activity, and very importantly, peer assessment. Concept mapping is one such wonderful activities. Online class assessment techniques, okay, Thomas Angelo, and mostly simple and non-graded, anonymous in-class activities that give both teachers and students useful feedback and the teaching learning processes. And basically the steps which you all know very well, and you need to plan, you need to implement, you need to respond. So what you want to learn from the online assessment, and explain the purpose of the activity to the students, then conduct it. This is a very very important thing which I'm emphasizing again and again. The third important dimension is review the results and decide what changes to make. So when we can the three-stage process, when we click that plan, implement, and share information with the students. And what is important, they are the stakeholders. They are the stakeholders, and they want to see that what was exactly happened, and where did you commit the mistakes and all. Yes, the discussion board is one such method known by many various other names like discussion group, discussion forum, message board. Is general term of any online bulletin board where you can leave and expect to see the responses and messages you have left. E-portfolios is one such. Blog again is one, and wiki is basically a collective space for objectivizing the knowledge, and many, and surveys, poll results, exit cards, interactive videos, and very importantly, the assessment tools. Moodle has a good assessment tool: Classmaker, A plus, Riddle, Hard Potato. And one of the beauty with the Hard Potato and the Moodle is You can create very good quality assessments. And if the Moodle is not working and it is difficult, you can create a small, because it's a Java based application, you can work on these assessments, and it can be directly posted. It works on the WhatsApp, it works on the Telegram, and of course the other platforms also. And assessment rubrics, and again the focus mostly on the plagiarism. Rubrics is again one of the method which it is being considered better for this special situation kind of a thing. You have a holistic rubrics and analytic rubrics, and all these things what I've been saying basically here. And it should allow the special situation to move on. And the last 2 points which I just want to say, the scalability, and of course the monitoring part of it. So what I mean to say in this short brief presentation, that the two important aspects, and one of the aspect which I want to say, that it's a special situation, we all of us has to accept that it's a reality. And please made up our minds, please made up our minds. And because why I've been saying, friends, with a strong message like this, because I've been hearing from sciences, social sciences, humanities, engineering, law, and to the centrally funded institutions, people have been saying that no, I don't agree. See, agreeing is different. I'm not saying that, but in a special situation, the COVID situation like this, and do something come out especially, like unless and until you assess and create a kind of an activity kind of assessment, we don't know that whether the learning is being happening. Simply providing a video kind of a thing, simply providing a supplementary reading material is not enough for and but to implement all these measures, again and again, I must tell you, teacher is central. Without teacher, nothing is going to happen. And we need to strengthen our teacher. We need to sensitize, motivate our teacher. We need to support our teachers also. And there are 2-3 small innovative methods I shared with them. I think that's the way we need to hold hands together. And yes, there are issues of the network, there are issues of the computer hardware. Suddenly this was happened, and slowly we are coping up. At the same time, the scenario was not good, encouraging outside. So my humble request to all of you is, these are all the competencies we need to give to the faculty, and give a confidence to him, give a support to him. Definitely I can tell you that they can come much better than what the standard operating procedures are saying. Okay, I'll stop it here now. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
I'll take.
Presentation as always.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Very nice
Yeah.
and exhaustive presentation. We are really overwhelmed with your presentation. Now, I would like to search some questions by our viewers. Give me 1 minute to search for the question. There is one question by Mr. Bhrigu Pandey. अध्यापक के लिए कंप्यूटर प्रशिक्षण की उपयुक्त व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए. It's just a feedback that teachers need a proper computer training for using online assessment. Let me move forward. Sir, there are so many overwhelming comments by our viewers that they are very influenced by your presentation and information shared by you. Let me check once again.
इसका उत्तर दे सकता हूँ मैं हिंदी में या अंग्रेजी में दे रहे हैं?
जी, जिसमें आपको अच्छा लगे, जिसमें आप देना चाहें.
ये कंप्यूटर की प्रशिक्षण हर हमारे जो साथियों को होना बहुत जरूरी है. अभी ये जो जिस टाइप की सिचुएशन में जो जो छोटे चीज, मतलब ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग की, मतलब ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ, simply how to keep your entire data in your cloud storage, and how to disseminate the data, how to update the data. That is one of the key competency. Second important thing is how to search the content from the open educational resources, how to find out the good quality, even the OER. So many assessments are available, and that also can be used. Yeah, that is the need of the hour, sir. I think we should start learning. That is important now. Ji,
Very good morning, sir.
very good morning.
Sir, my question to you is that in virtual education, which is more important, like integration and interaction among students or evaluation of
जी
content that is transmitted?
हेलो मेरी
Uh, Shivani, can I answer the
Hello?
Shivani's question?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
शिवानी मैं
Yeah.
आपके सवाल का जवाब दे रहा हूँ.
हाँ जी.
Everything is important. Everything is important. It's not an isolation. It's not an isolation. It's a teaching learning process. Teaching learning process consisting of all the components. So we cannot say that only some components will work and the other component does not work. It does not work at all. Every component has to do its job correctly, and then only you will get the desired output. Otherwise, only one component is working, second thing is not component, this does not work. Even that's what I've been saying, assessments are also connected even in our MOOCs 4-quadrant approach. And this is video tutorials, e-content, assessments, and discussion forum. I always tells my students, first of all, go through the videos, go through the supporting material, then participate in the discussion forums to have a deeper understanding. What is the discussion forum? It is a collaborative learning environment where the doubts of the students will be answered in a near real-time basis, not by only the teacher. But unfortunately, we made it as a teacher-centric. No, it is anybody can able to answer that. Once you complete these two aspects, once you complete these three aspects, then only the student will be allowed to take the assessments. So if that cycle will continue, naturally what happened, he'll have a deeper understanding, and when the teacher evaluate the test, he can come to know that whether there is an issue of the student understanding, whether the issue of the comprehension or other. Accordingly, he will retune this material also. That is the advantage which we are having in this online teaching. And whatever the material which has been placed for the reading material is not a sacrosanct. And because in our classroom, there are 3 levels of students: slow learners, average learners, gifted learners. So all of them are equally important for us. So we need to tune in such a way that it meets the requirement, and at the same time, there should not be any compromise on the quality. गुणवत्ता के बारे में कोई compromise नहीं होना चाहिए. और छोटे छोटे नवाचार, the small innovations, whatever you can do it, you can also do it effectively and easily. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so thank you so much,
sir,
sir.
there is one question by Dr. Ajay Kumar Yadav. उनका
जी.
सवाल है, सभी बच्चों के लिए ऑनलाइन या मोबाइल उपलब्ध न होने की स्थिति में अभी पॉडकास्ट बनाए जा रहे हैं, उनका असेसमेंट कैसे करें? How to assess podcast that is being made for children?
मैं बस उसका उत्तर तो मेरे पास नहीं है. अभी कुछ चीजें जो है डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, मतलब कंटेंट डिलीवरी तक तो सीमित है, बट कंटेंट डिलीवरी के बाद सामने वाले मतलब रिसीवर के पास मोबाइल नहीं है, रिसीवर के पास कोई भी ऐसा प्रावधान नहीं है, and they cannot come out of their houses. So I think I don't have an answer for this kind of a peculiar situation. Yesterday I got a call from one of the NGO, one of the big NGO. They called me, and they are working on such areas where earlier, at least they could able to meet. Now last almost 1.5 months they couldn't. So they are also asking me today night, actually they'll be having another meeting. So if I can get an answer, definitely I'm going to share with them. See, delivery, broadcasting is not a problem because we have a TV, we have many other sources, not only computer and mobile phone. But when it comes to the interactivity, and when it comes to the conducting the assessments and two-way communication kind of a thing, whether our current technology, and very importantly, I'm not talking about the technology, affordance of the people also, which is a very important vital component, friends, I'm telling. affordances, and everybody is equally not affordable to do this kind of things. And I wish with the kind of management we are having in top level management in our country, I think definitely they will come up with kind of a solution.
I think we can take one more question. It is last question by Miss Mamta. Continue online classes is the question.
Excuse me. Sir,
Continue online classes create mentally pressure among the students. How can we reduce their mental pressure by assessment? Give some suggestions for assessment.
See, the logic is pretty simple. First and foremost thing today, I think you must have heard about in the school education, and there is a tweet I have seen that what is on in the name of online teaching, the live classes are going on from morning 9 o'clock to evening 5 o'clock, which is I'm totally against that. First and foremost thing, yes, give a priority about the synchronous and asynchronous. Give some good reading material. Give some whether with the school education, whether it's an undergraduate education, whether it's a postgraduate education, give them some very good OERs in the form of videos and audios are available. First and foremost, create an environment so that the student can learn, can look at the content first. Then afterwards, there is a discussion forum kind of an environment. And I must tell you very clearly that students are very comfortable because they're all techno-savvy, Facebook age kids now. We teachers may not be having, but students are. Encourage them and engage them in the discussion forum. And after these two things, we should have a online class. Now, coming so that the stress will be less, and they will be reading out. And because I could able to see even my house also, there are almost 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours they have been sitting and listening to that. Fine. And coming to the assessment part, again I am telling you, and I should not be mistaken, there are 3 methods very important which can be used when you are using a Moodle kind of an environment or any standard LMS. Number 1, MCQ, multiple choice quiz is there, and cross tabulation. There is a short answer, long answer. GIFT format is available, very simple, can be implemented. Assignment module can be implemented so exhaustively. At least if you can begin with. And when I'm talking about the MCQs, I'm not talking about the knowledge level questions. You can prepare a huge question bank and put necessary containers of knowledge, application, analytical and critical thinking of questions into those containers, and we can mix and pick and choose. And the system was so nicely done. The latest version of the Moodle, which is a free open source, which I've been using for so many years. What happens over there? The teacher can create 100 questions, and with all these combinations, excellently the process can be done. Somebody is asking a question. That's what I've been saying. Yes, it is possible. It is possible to conduct. And I'm telling you, it is more difficult to answer the application level question rather than easy to write a 2 paragraphs and 3 paragraphs. But why it is being negated? Because it is putting a lot of stress on the teachers to prepare a 5 as application level questions. Whole day is required, because teacher has to have a thorough understanding of syllabus. Teacher has to have a thorough understanding of the curriculum. Teacher has to have a thorough understanding of objective and outcome, and the kind of trend the students are there in the class, and all these factors to be taken into consideration. So to prepare application, analytical, critical thinking is more difficult rather than the knowledge level. So whenever this discussion has come, people are saying, no, MCQ is not possible, because only we have seen the knowledge level questions, not the other cases. I think that can be used very effectively.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, actually, in practice, what we are facing, we are experiencing what we are experiencing. Teachers are ready and motivated for finding alternative ways of teaching and assessment. But students are taking it as an opportunity to get safe escape from the assessment, and they are not ready to appear for assessment online. So how can we handle this problem?
You mean you, madam, please try to understand. It is new to the teachers. It is new to the students also. I think it's not the time to do the blame game. It's new to the teachers. It's new to the students. Nobody. See, there may be an element of point, not 1%. But what I'm trying to say, tomorrow, if you insisting that yes, this should be done, and this is the only way, yes, people are definitely will take. But what is important is the message was not gone loud and clear from the institutional point of view, as well as from the teacher point of view, because the teachers also little bit of hesitant. And many times people are asking one very silly question: sir, will it work? I said, I don't know why it is not working. What is important is when we create this kind of a ecosystem and there is no alternative, yes, it works. But at the same time, a lot of ifs, comma, buts are there, because there are a lot of rural kids are there. Many of them cannot afford even the smartphone, and many issues are there. But again, I'm telling you, and you need to think differently. We need to think out of the box, and with this kind of a pandemic situation. Otherwise, what happens if you think that everything happens that normally the way it is being done in a typical environment, it does not. And I can tell you something. If you convince, again, I'm telling you, I think somebody is saying this question, students are not. No, our job is to convince the learners. That's what we are here. And we need not get panic. And teaching is an art, and teaching is a science, and teaching is both. And you need to have a lot of patience and perseverance to pursue the people. And even our managements also already made up our mind. Yes, we need to pursue. And definitely, I must tell you that I have confidence on them. Students will definitely understand, and they will definitely come up with joining this one.
Sir, I have
Thank
one
you,
question.
Excuse me. We are running out of time. Please let me proceed the session with our chairperson remarks. Thank you very much, sir. Presentation is very fruitful for all of us. We will try to try to implement the suggestions made by you, all the tools, all the software, and all the recommendations made by Professor K. Srinivas. Now, I would like to request Professor C.V. Sharma, chairperson of the session, for his presidential remarks. Over to Professor C.V. Sharma, sir.
Thank you so much, Rishabh, and thanks to the whole team once again. We were together yesterday, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajneesh Shukla ji. I'm audible, Rishabh? Rishabh, am I audible?
You're audible.
Yes, sir.
You're audible.
Okay, good.
Very much audible.
Yes,
Good.
sir. You are audible.
So my thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Shukla ji, Gopal ji, Shirish, all the team of the School of Education, my peer group, and the university, and all the speakers. I have been hearing the speakers from yesterday, Malaysian scholar, then the speaker from Nigeria, Clement Kulawole, and today both Fawzia Abdul Rahim and Professor Srinivas, my old-time friend. What emerges? We had discussed in the inaugural session yesterday. What emerges? It has to be a good planning. What Professor Fawzia mentioned, and very rightly, the assessment has to be integrated right at the time of planning a program or a course. And only then you can have an online assessment. Perhaps we are at the moment in a situation where we did not plan it at the time of planning the program or the course. We have to integrate it into the course. Just as in distance education, we integrate the teacher. The teacher is inbuilt in the content. The assessment has to be integrated in the syllabus or the content that we transact. Now, A couple of things are very important. And I think Professor Srinivas mentioned very rightly, change is the only constant. Change is the only constant. But one thing will never change, and that is the teacher. The teacher has to be center stage, as Dr. Fawzia mentioned a number of times. What is it that the teacher has designed in the course for the learners to learn? What do we design a course for? What are the learning objectives? So accordingly, our learning, our assessment will have to be designed to test what we designed the course for. So it is a continuous process. It's a continuous process. A question that has many times, and I'm an old man, we have been trying to answer this for 35 years. Are we selecting the right technology platform and the media? It's very, very important. What do we want to test has to be integrated in the curriculum. And so for testing the learning objectives that we design, which is the most appropriate medium or media? I think Fawzia took up this issue a number of times. Certain things can be tested through a video recording. Certain things can be tested online, but also audio. A number of times, the issue of proctored assessment has come up. Very few people would know the National Institute of Open Schooling in the last 3 years has assessed 10 million learners from across the country through proctored assessment. The proctors sit in the National Institute of Open Schooling office, and the students, the examinees, sit across the country, and it is done remotely. On the other hand, the open school has an on-demand exam. I have been discussing this with a vice chancellor of a university. That NIOS has been doing on-demand exam. What are we struggling with? Social distancing. And at the same time, students are too keen, more than students, the parents. Parents are too keen. Let my child write the exam or not write the exam, but give me the certificate. Okay, so if we do an on-demand exam that NIOS has been doing, I believe it is a case worth studying. Anytime, anywhere you write your exam. So you have to select the place where you would like to write your exam and the date on which you would like to write your exam. Time is fixed because the invigilator has to come, the question has to be printed and other things. So time is fixed, 2 to 5. There are a number of places fixed. You come to that center, you have booked your seat much in advance, you write your exam. We have to connect the dots. We have not connected the dots because we were caught unawares. We have friends from Malaysia, Nigeria, and other places taking part, from Australia. Let me share with all my global colleague peer group, India is so well prepared. Our preparation is 50 years old. We started doing it long back. We experimented with satellite teaching in 75, 76. We were the first country of the world, friends. And we launched a whole satellite for education in 2004. India is the only country which dedicated a channel for education. But I would invite all my international colleagues to look into to peep into what India has done. India has done a tremendous job. It has vast experience. The only problem with India is our Guards change very frequently, so we keep forgetting the past. We every time start a new story. We reinvent the wheel every 2 to 3 years. We let the past bury its dead. But another thing that I would like to mention, for the hearing impaired, I don't think any country has done it. We have a full television channel where content for secondary, senior secondary is broadcast in sign language. We had on our plan, it was on the anvil, that we will have centers like the on-demand exam centers, what I was mentioning, where a deaf student can come. I don't know why, but hearing impaired like to be called as deaf. The Deaf Association of India has been telling me, please don't call us HI, call us deaf. So I would use the word deaf. So the deaf would like to come and sit before the camera anywhere in these centers. The questions are in sign language. One can watch these questions and start signing the answer that will be recorded, and that CD can be sent anywhere. Group discussion, why not on a Zoom? We have started holding interviews. Viva. I was talking to a friend of mine in Pune University only yesterday. I must confess, 20 years back, 20 years back in IGNOU, when we said we will assess our master's students and PhD students online through video conferencing, there was so much resentment and we were not allowed to. Now it is everywhere. Pune University is going to have its first PhD Viva, as I was told by my friend yesterday, online, and that will become the norm. I've been saying, and I reiterate, academia is most resistant to change. We don't like to change. We are the birthplace of many inventions, innovations, as my friend Srinivas has said. We keep innovating, but we don't adopt those changes. We give out to the industry, we give out to the private players, but we, academia, don't like to adopt those changes. I believe what Srinivas ji has said is very, very important. Change will be the only constant. And what will happen? Change doesn't mean that we will have to start teaching online. No, every 3 to 6 months, we will have to be ready to switch over from one platform to other. Look at the history or development since 20th March 2020. We have shifted at least to 4 platforms. We started with Zoom, then went to Jitsi, Google Meet, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, what not. The constant would be change. The constant would be learning, forgetting what we learned and relearn the new platform. And as it is, if we are not cutting edge, if we are not up to date, we will not be accepted. Assessment, evaluation online is not really a great challenge. The challenge is to explore the medium which is most suitable and which can be applied for testing what we want to. Most of the best known universities let their students write their assignment and send online to the examiner. But at the end, I will reiterate from where I started saying, trust your teacher, leave the teacher to manage. If I am trusted, I will know whether my learner, my student has actually written this assignment or not. I will discuss, I will put the assignment before him or her and ask for some questions, and I'll be able to assess whether it is genuine or not. If I assess that it is not genuine, I will not give the grade that he or she expects. So, one is trust your teachers, let them decide whether it will be online test, offline test, paper pencil test, and let them find the solution. A number of things were raised to very brilliant presentation. I feel Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya did me a favor by asking me to chair this session. I am so much more well informed by the two presentations. I thank you both, Fauzia and Srinivasanji, for giving me this opportunity, and I thank Gopalji, Rajneesh Bhai, and the university, and all my colleagues, young and old, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all very much. Thank you, and all the good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presidential remark. Now we are at the end of session. It is my pleasure to extend my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, without whose vision and motivating leadership, we cannot organize this fantastic event in the pandemic time. I would also like to congratulate Dr. Shirish Pal Singh and his team for organizing the event. I am sure they must have enjoyed the pleasure and pains of organizing such a successful event. Need not to mention that our head of the department, Dr. Gopal Krish Thakur, is always with us to motivate us, to lead us, and to show us innovations in the field of education. I also want to thank my colleague, Dr. Pushpa Namdev, for coordinating the session with me. Now I want to also thank the technical team member for smooth conduction of this session. Not but least, I would also like to thank all the participants for their patient hearing and active participation. Now, at the end of this session, I am opening the session to Dr. Shirish Pal Singh. Shirish sir, over to you.
फोन भी है कैमरा
हाँ शिरीष जी बोलिए, आप दिख रहे हैं।
जी नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
आप सभी को नमस्कार। एक बार पुनः आप लोगों का सभी का स्वागत है हमारे 4th टेक्निकल सेशन में। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक माय कलीग्स डॉक्टर पुष्पा नामदेव एंड डॉक्टर ऋषभ कुमार मिश्र फॉर coordinating 3rd technical session very nicely and effectively. I thank Professor C.B. Sharma sir, chairperson for the 3rd technical session. Two presenters, Professor K. Srinivas and Professor Fauzia. I also mentioned that their presentation was very nice, and in this session, in this particular session, we have with us Ramakant Maulik. Professor Ramakant Maulik is a professor of education in Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar. And there are two presentations for this particular session. One is Professor Seema Dhawan. Professor Seema Dhawan is a professor in HNB Garhwal Central University. And we have with us Professor Amrut G. Kumar. Professor Amrut is a professor and head in the Department of Education, Central University of Kerala. In this particular session, we have our two colleagues coordinating this session, Dr. Bharat Kumar Panda and Dr. Dharmendra Narayan Rao Sambharkar. For the proceeding of this next session, I request my colleague, Dr. Bharat Kumar Panda and Dr. Dharmendra Sambharkar to join us and start the proceeding of 4th technical session. Over to you, Dr. Panda and Dr. Sambharkar.
नमस्कार आप सभी को। महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय वर्धा के शिक्षा विद्यापीठ, पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय शिक्षक एवं शिक्षण मिशन के अंतर्गत संचालित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में आप सभी का पुनः स्वागत करता हूं। इस प्राविधिक चतुर्थ सत्र में आकलन के तकनीक एवं समीक्षा के विषय पर चर्चा होनी है। इस सत्र के अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं प्रोफेसर रमाकांत महालिक एवं इस सत्र के विषय विशेषज्ञों के रूप में जो हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं वह है प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन एवं प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार महोदय। इस सत्र को शुरू करने से पहले मैं इस सत्र के अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं प्रोफेसर रमाकांत महालिक महोदय का अध्ययन अध्यापन अनुभव अथवा इनके परिचय के बारे में दो शब्द कहना चाहिए।
हमारा सेशन खत्म हो गया।
प्रोफेसर रमाकांत महालिक 2004 में ही RIE मैसूर
में मेरा चेला है
व्याख्याता के रूप में अपने शिक्षण जीवन के कार्यारंभ किए। पुनः 2006 में RIE भुवनेश्वर में प्रवाचक यानी रीडर के रूप में कार्यारंभ किए। पुनः 2010 में विश्व भारती में रीडर के रूप में यानी प्रवाचक के रूप में कार्य शुरू किए एवं 2011 से ही RIE भुवनेश्वर में प्रोफेसर के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। शिक्षा में अनुसंधान एवं प्रविधि तथा सांख्यिकी के विषय विशेषज्ञ के रूप में परिचित हैं तथा शिक्षा में संचार प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में भी विषय विशेषज्ञ माने जाते हैं। शिक्षण मूल्यांकन में गुणात्मक अभिवर्धन हेतु प्रतिमानों का विकास एवं उनका अभ्यास के कार्य में निरंतर रत हैं। लगभग 16 साल का शिक्षण अनुभव के साथ अभी भी आचार्य के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। लगभग विभिन्न राष्ट्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पत्र पत्रिकाओं में 60 से अधिक पत्रों का प्रकाशित हुआ है। 6 से अधिक अनुसंधान परियोजनाओं का संचालन इन्होंने कर चुके हैं। इनके अधीन 9 विद्यार्थियों ने PhD की उपाधि प्राप्त कर चुके हैं। आज जो वक्ता के रूप में विद्यमान है उनमें जो प्रथम वक्ता के रूप में हम प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन महोदया को आह्वान करते हैं। प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन महोदया अध्ययन अध्यापन में 25 वर्ष का अनुभव रखते हैं। प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन महोदया 2 विषयों में PhD उपाधि प्राप्त किए हैं, एक फॉरेस्ट्री एवं एजुकेशन। उनके 25 वर्ष अनुभव में से 6 वर्ष प्रशासकीय अनुभव के रूप में गिना जाता है। वह विभिन्न संस्थाओं में निदेशक प्राचार्य के रूप में काम किया। विभिन्न पुस्तकों में 21 अध्यायों का लेखन इन्होंने किए हैं। 127 से अधिक शोध पत्र विभिन्न राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पत्रिकाओं में प्रकाशित हुआ है। 13 मनोवैज्ञानिक उपकरणों का निर्माण इनके द्वारा किया गया है जो विद्यार्थियों के लिए विभिन्न अनुसंधानकर्ताओं के लिए सदैव उपयोगी रहता है। इनके द्वारा 40 से अधिक कार्यशाला संगोष्ठियों का आयोजन किया गया है एवं लगभग 115 से ज्यादा व्याख्यान विषय विशेषज्ञ के रूप में इनके द्वारा प्रदान किए गए। वर्तमान गवर्नर विश्वविद्यालय में आचार्य प्रोफेसर के रूप में महोदया कार्यरत हैं। आज इस चतुर्थ सत्र में प्रथम वक्ता के रूप में मैं प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन महोदया को अपने वक्तव्य हेतु निमंत्रण करता हूं। प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन महोदया।
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार परिचय देने के लिए। Respected Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramakant Mahalik, Professor Amrut, speaker, Dr. Gopal.
Seema ji, is there any issue
Yes.
with the internet?
Yeah. Now I connected. So I'm presenting my slides.
Okay. Please carry on.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's presenting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, visible now.
Just a minute. Okay. I welcome you all on this virtual world, and I support quality education. That is the goal 4 of Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, I would like to acknowledge all those experts whose views, whose ideas or experiences or image that has been used in my presentation. So my topic is tools and techniques for formative assessment. We all are using the word assessment in different ways. We also use some synonyms of assessment, and it includes the measurement or evaluation or analysis, or even sometimes we use the research for assessment also, what kind of activities that has been planned. So first of all, I would like to discuss what is assessment. So assessment is a system that covers all aspects of students' development, students' personality, the different aspects of students' personality. What is the connection between learning and assessment? So there is a very strong connection and relationship between learning and assessment. So I'm discussing here, what is learning? So learning is continuous. It goes on happening. It is a continuous process, and it is also a spiral in nature. It means it is very much connected to our prior knowledge. So it is spiral in nature, and it takes place in a holistic manner. So when the learning is continuous, it is spiral in nature, and it takes place in a holistic manner, then why assessment is not, it should not be a continuous. So assessment should be continuous. It should be as according to the learning conditions, it should be holistic in nature. So learning and assessment, these two words are very much complementary to each other. The learning actually directs the process of assessment. So there is a relationship between learning and assessment. So the foremost thing is to know your students. One of our today's speaker, she also emphasized on understanding the student. So it is very much important for a teacher to know your students, how they are learning, what style they are preferring. So when you will, you know how the students are learning, their learning style, then you have to decide the assessment process. So it very much depends upon the need and requirement and the nature of the students. It is a school-based, some of the characteristics of assessment is that it is a school-based integral to teaching learning. It is a school-based approach. It means later we will discuss on what is this school-based and it is a very integral component of teaching learning process. Some of the characteristics is it is purposeful in nature. There must be some purpose of doing assessment. Why we are assessing? It should be authentic. It should be done in a realistic context, in the real context. It should be meaningful, realistic, and of course should be communicated it should be shared to the students, to the parents. The students should be made aware what they have learned, how they have learned, what is the what more is needed for their learning, and it should include the diversity, all kind of the students, because our learners are very much different. There are very different levels of learners. As Professor Srinivas has also elaborated, that the learners are of some are very quick in comprehending the subject, some are very smart, but some take some time to understand the concept. So there are different kinds of learners, and we must respect each and every learner. So it must the assessment should include the diversity, and it should be subjective. Yes, because it depends upon the nature of the learner, and no one should be left behind. So the teacher has to be very subjective in assessing the learning of the student. So encourage the students to take responsibility. Assessment should be done in a way so that it should be communicated in such manner that the student should take the responsibility to come forward and to do better. And learning and knowledge can evolve, so that they can evolve the concept, they can evolve the construction, they can construct the knowledge, and they can move towards as self-regulated learners. So these are the main characteristics of assessment. Now, the assessment should be done on the basis of evidences, and the evidences should be collected from multiple perspectives. So multiple evidence-based assessment should be carried on, and assessing the learning holistically, because the learning is holistic in nature. So the assessment should be also holistic in nature. So looking to the various aspects of the personality of the students, that assessment should be carried on. These are 4 points what makes an assessment good. That assessment should be valid, what you want to assess. So it should be valid, it should be reliable, it should be fair, no discrimination should be there, and of course it should be flexible. So what kind of tool you are using, what process you are using, it is not important that what the students have learned. The process of learning is also very important. So a good assessment should be valid, reliable, fair, and flexible. In the assessment process, one should be very much careful that not to label the students, not to label the learners as slow, poor, intelligent, zero है, इसको कुछ नहीं आता है, बिल्कुल नालायक है, इसका कुछ इसको समझ में नहीं आता. So don't tell these kind of words to your learners. Make comparison, and don't make comparisons with them, between the learners, between the students, and never make negative sentence. Always be positive. Try to find out the positive thing in your students, and try to emphasize on that positive things. So this is a quiz time. It is a link, so kindly click on this link, or you can just type this link in your mobile or any app, and just answer the question which has been there. To make the session interactive, so just type this and answer the question. Okay, so the question was, during assessment, we assess what? The student, the learning, the teachers, or the teaching methods. Good. So for those who have polled here, they all know that we assess the learning, not the student. So these are a few kinds of techniques or strategies which can be used during online mode of education. That's why I use this polling. So all have given the answer, the correct answer, and the correct answer is the learning. Yes, we assess the learning and not the students. Now, there are 3 points of assessment. Before assessing any student, the teachers must know that what they are going to assess, then why they are going to assess, why they are assessing, and then the next one is the how to assess. So what coming to the first point, what is to be assessed is, it may be a knowledge. The students learning can be in a different forms. It can be a knowledge and understanding of something, or it can be a skill based or performance based. So it should be very clear to the teachers about what kind of learning they are going to assess among the students, any kind of behavior. Teachers should be very clear about what they are going to be assessed. Now, why they are assessing? What is this tells about what is the purpose of assessment. That is very important, that teachers must know why they are assessing the students. What is the objective of the assessment? The objective of the assessment, the purpose of the assessment is to know the gap in the learning of the students, to promote and to help the students, to promote the progress of the students. With assessment, the teacher comes to know about the level of learning, what the students they are knowing and where they are lacking, and how a teacher can help the students for better learning, for better achievement. So this why assessing is to know about the level of knowledge gained by the students during the process of teacher learning. And knowing this why, the teacher tries to modify their lectures, their teaching methods to cope up with that problem. So when the learning is evaluated for taking any decision, that is in a summative assessment, but in a formative assessment, the teacher tries to know the gap in learning, what the students have learned and where they have some kind of difficulty. Now coming to the third point, that is the how it should be assessed. So there are many tools which are being used by the teachers during the process of assessment. These are observation or discussion, and Professor Srinivasan has told about the rubrics and quiz and debates. And there are so many kinds of tools which are being used by the teachers to assess the learning. But generally in our country, we use test papers to assess the learning. That is for different kind of tests or questions, that objective type MCQ or short answer questions or long answer questions, or even for practicals, we are also being used to assess the learning. So these are the main 3 points of assessment. Now, what is the purpose of assessment? I must emphasize on the purpose of assessment, because teachers must be aware about the purpose. So the purpose of assessment is to find out the gaps in the learning, and on the basis of finding the gaps, the further guidance should be given to the teachers, further actions should be planned by the teachers, and teacher can be a co-learner at that time, the co-creator of the knowledge at that time. So teachers should be trained, they should be made aware how they can be a co-learner during the process of teaching learning. It is very important. Now, How we assess? So we assess day-to-day observation or test and quizzes and rubrics and rating scales and all these portfolios on all these things. Now, the purpose of assessment is to increase the quality. So during the process, one can use this assessment or formative assessment to increase the quality for a better understanding, for better learning, and the purpose of evaluation is to judge the quality in the end of the session. So as you see in this picture, it is very much clear about what is assessment. So if you want to do something, to create something very good, so you have to put your efforts during the process, during the formative assessment. So now coming to the next, formative assessment, it, as the name suggests, form. It is a process of formation. So it deals with the process during the teaching learning scenario. So it is, formative assessment is only for the betterment, to help the students, to guide the students, as the name suggests. So it is ongoing continuous evaluation during the teaching learning process. It is concerned with judgment that is made during designing of the course and development of the program, and further modifying as per the need, as per the requirement of the program, as per the need of the class, as per the need of the students, as per the requirement of the students. So reaching the formative assessment, and it also, this picture clearly reflects the difference between the formative assessment and the summative assessment. Yes, feedback is very important during the process of formative assessment. On the basis of feedback, the student develops themselves. So what kind of feedback is being given to the student is important. So teacher must know what kind of feedback they should give, they should communicate, they should share to the students for their betterment, for their learning. ऐसा नहीं कि ऐसा कोई कमेंट यूज कर लिया कि स्टूडेंट्स वहीं पे डिप्रेस हो, तो उसकी पॉजिटिव वे में उसको किस तरीके के असेसमेंट वर्ड्स यूज करने चाहिए, किस तरीके के फीडबैक देनी चाहिए, किस तरीके से स्टूडेंट्स को बेटर करने के लिए एनकरेज करना चाहिए, सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन के लिए इसको मोटिवेट करना चाहिए, दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट. So today we all are doing online learning, and it is a forcefully situation when we are using this online mode for learning, online learning in teacher education program. So a major, looking towards the major objectives of any teacher education program is to impart the adequate knowledge of that subject matter and equipping the teachers with necessary pedagogical skills. What are these skills? We all come from teacher education department, so we all know. So I'm just emphasizing the meaning of pedagogy, because we use generally that equipping the teachers with necessary pedagogical skills. So what is pedagogy? Pedagogy, it is the art and science of teaching children, because peda means child. So pedagogy is the total activities which a teacher plan during transaction of their content during the classroom. So it includes all kinds of activities, whether it is related to content delivery or assessment or evaluation or interaction or project, any kind of activity. So the planning of all those kind of activities is the pedagogy. Coming to the next is the andragogy. So andragogy is, it deals with the adult education. So it is the art and science of helping adults. So just try to understand that. Pedagogy is art and science of teaching child. Now andragogy is the art and science of helping adults learn based on certain crucial assumptions. So here andragogy, it is the helping, it means guidance is giving to the adults that how they can construct their knowledge or they can behave. So in the case of teacher education, now it is my question. Teacher education, are we using pedagogy are we using andragogy? Because we are dealing with adults, the students who are already graduate. So what kind of technology, what kind of studying pattern we should use? So I think pedagogy is the correct word. So there is difference between andragogy, pedagogy, and pedagogy. Pedagogy is the situation where the learner is acts as a change agent, creating sustainable communities and can learn in both guided as well as in the self-directed ways. So pedagogy, it combines both the pedagogical situations and the andragogical situations. The role of teachers also change. Here in the pedagogy, the teacher is the teacher. It has the responsibility to look after each and every aspect of the student. Student is still a student. In andragogy, the role of teacher is changed, and they have to act like a facilitator. So in the case of pedagogy also, the teacher is like a facilitator, a co-responsible of that situation, a co-creator of that situation. I'm trying to just explain this concept of pedagogy. And yes, we have, as a teacher educator, we must think upon this, what approach we are using for teacher education program and what should be used. So we are towards the online mode of learning in this age of coronavirus. I am using this age word or the period word because it is a time period of this corona, and we are working from our home, and work from home culture is being adopted. So these are a few images which shows what kind of situation is there in the online mode of education. Yes, there are so many benefits of technology-based education, online mode of education, but there are some limitations also. So being a teacher, we must find out those kind of situations to monitor for the better environment, for the better teaching learning condition. So what is going behind this thing? The teacher must be aware of that. He or she must know what is going there, what their students are doing, how to manage their students. So coming to the next. So teachers should know about the various apps and also observe continuously the students, how to monitor, how to observe. We will discuss later. So knowing the different kind of apps, the strategies and the techniques for delivery of the content and also for the assessment, because अगर teacher delivery करने के लिए apps नहीं जानता है, assessment के लिए भी उतनी ज़्यादा वो आगे नहीं आ सकता. So knowing the apps for the delivery of the content, managing the learning situation of the students, then only a teacher will be able to assess the students, manage the assessment technique. So this slide reflects so many things about the online learning education, the 21st century learning conditions, the teaching and learning through online mode, engaging the students, understanding, of course, collaboration. All these things have been discussed from yesterday. So the self-reflection of the students and also the real-time feedback. One of the very important characteristics of online education is the real-time feedback. Immediately feedback is being given. So you can curate, Professor Srinivas has emphasized for curation to search the content, the related content and use them. So curate the content, easily differentiate, in designing the engaged-based learning, involve the students, engage the learners, and of course, there is a voice of a student, there is a choice of a student, there is authentic learning, the critical thinking is also promoted. So there are so many kinds. So we must know about the online environment, what it allows. So in the online mode of environment, every student is well connected to each other. They are well connected to each other, and also they are well connected to the teacher. So they are well connected to the material, to the content, to the different apps. So the kind of pedagogy is also depends upon this condition. So immediate feedback is given during the online mode of education, and students can be made creative in their learning and growth. So it is now the responsibility of the teacher to create an environment to make the students more creative, think beyond the boundaries, how they can learn more, they can grow very effectively. So it depends upon the teacher, and yes, they have to use the artificial intelligence and to make their this learning environment more creative for the students. So teachers have to think about to create the situation to the learning environment very interesting, very creative. So use a variety of methods, simulation or games or videos, even photos or dialogue or narration or discussion board or any kind of collage or emails, any kind of things can be used. So use a variety of methods, variety of things for your students to make that your lecture interesting, to involve them, to involve the students, make it in a different way, think in a different way. And yes, you use your creativity and mix your creativity, combine your creativity with the artificial intelligence, and you can create a wonderful world of learning. Now, coming to the online assessment, yes, some special skills are required for online teaching also, and of course for the online assessment. So again, one in question, so you have to just I have shared this link to various groups. So I request all those who have this link, just vote. I'm stopping my presentation here and going for the result. So please vote, please answer.
I think you had lost connection between. Now you're fine. You're audible.
Oh, sorry.
No.
So I'm sharing this survey result. So there is a question which the participants have to answer. Am I audible?
You are audible. Do you need that link to be clicked by our staff?
Yes. That link to be clicked and just submit your answer. It is a survey. So these kind of apps and these kind of techniques, strategies can be used by the teachers during the process of learning. Yes. So it is, I'm getting the result of your survey immediately. So you have to click, you can click more than one. I am restricted the answer to the 3 options. So you can click 3 options at a time. So what I received is that just you can see the result is in front of me immediately. That 13% says about it should be meaningful, yes. Authentic, 21. Evidence-based is 9%. Purposeful is 22%. And communicative is 12%. So on the basis of my previous slide, I just put this question in front of you. So these kind of assessment technique. And you can see here, you can do wonderful things. You can type another question, you can give it to your students, you can categorize your questions as per your theme, you can share. So what I did is I shared this question with this link. So you just copy this link and share in your group or in your students' classroom. So when you are using online mode of learning, you must have some kind of classroom situation, either Google Classroom or any kind of app which you are using for online education. So there must be some kind of classroom, virtual classroom. So copy this link or and share to the students, or what you can do, you can just you must have created that classroom with the by using the email IDs. So when you use email IDs for sharing this question, just you see here, now it has been changed that somebody has submitted the answer, and now meaningful has gone up to 16%, authentic 24%, evidence-based is still 9%, so purposeful is 26%. So now this is just an example to show you that a teacher can use different methods and strategies during the process of teaching and learning. So again, I'm coming to my presentation. Somebody is presenting. Please stop presenting.
Our staff is clicking that link which you sent to click.
Oh, that's why. Okay. So please tell him to stop. So I want to present my my slides.
Okay. Should I stop?
Yeah. Thank you. So is my slides visible?
Yes, it's coming up.
Okay. Now coming to the teacher education program. So how to assess pupil teacher during this online mode of education. So coming to the micro teaching, that is teaching how to teach. So there's so many skills which can be very effectively practically used in the online mode of education. Yes, there is one skill related to blackboard writing. I don't think if blackboard writing online mode mein ho sakta hai. Even skill, that skill will change. How to present the slides, how to organize the contents in slides, how to develop the content. So the skill will change when we go for online mode of education. Simulation teaching will find place in during the online mode of education in teacher education, because simulation is a condition to act in a dramatical situation, not in a real situation, but in a very dramatical situation. The people are trained to develop that particular skills. So this simulation, it has been used in many areas, in many streams, and it is used very effectively in those streams. So this simulation approach, it can be a very effective for teacher education during online mode. So they can be the pupil teachers can be made aware of the different skills, the teaching competencies, but both the theoretical and also, of course, the practical approach. Recently in Puma University, they have noticed to conduct the examination, practical examination of the B.Ed exam, practical examination through online mode. What they are doing, they inform their students to prepare a small video and send to the teacher or the principal of the college. They have instructed to upload the video of each and every student, and the examiner will see and then grade the student. So these kind of activities are being initiated and they are being used in the classroom. One of the major component of teacher education is the internship. So how to conduct the internship? Because it is a real classroom situation, real school situation where the student spend some time in the school and they observe the things, and in under the guidance of the mentor, they develop the required skills, and they find the opportunity to develop and to grow in that way to reach that goal for the teacher education to become a teacher. So it is a real-time experience. So what will happen to this internship? Yes, coming to the next slide. When the total education scenario is changing, there is a change in the concept of education. There is a paradigm shift. We are going towards the teachers for the e-school, for the online internet internship can also be there. Might be something at how to get an internship at Google. So you can find the ways how to get those kind of experiences in the online mode of education. So when the school will change, when online the students have to experience all the things in from a distance, then the teacher should be trained for that only. That how to deliver the e-content, how to create the e-content, how to curate the e-content, how to manage the e-content, how to transmit the e-content. Yes, of course, and how to assess the learning of the students, how to help the students to grow better. So these are simple assessment strategies. An open-ended question that gives some writing or talking, asks students to reflect, quizzes, summarize, hand signals, yes, the response cards, think, pair, share, quiz, exit ticket, or journals, or practice. So all these kind can be used. One sentence summary can be used, 1 minute paper, or peer reviews of the portfolios can be effective learning. So coming to the ticket out the door or exiting. After taking a class, a teacher can instruct the students to say something, to write something in one sentence, in one word, and reflect reflect their learning through this kind of situation. So teacher has to use a different kind of approach. So different kind of skills are required. So your creativity, the teacher creativity matters here. How you imagine, how you innovate. Coming to the next, it is a slide. So she is my MED student. So all the students of MED, they submitted their online assessment on Edmodo app. And I'm very proud to say that almost 100% in BA MED classes, but almost more than 90% students, they submitted online assessment on the Edmodo app, which I'm using, and also they presented their what they have created, what they have, the assignments they have created, what they have learned. They presented their learning, their what they have created, or their assignments during this online mode of education. So I just tried to explain you that these kind of techniques can be used during online mode of education. Yes, a teaching internship allow me to, now I request you all, just type a sentence of this question, answer of this question, just type a sentence in the chat box. So in this way, you can engage the learners, and you also know about what they are learning, what they are doing. So just this is also a kind of strategy which can be used. Yes, 2-star and a wish. So this is the right form of formative assessment. You can tell your students, a teacher can tell their students, then 2 stars and a wish. Just explain that I can do this. What you have find that you are able to do. You learn everything. You understand that concept. And you can explain this. You can reflect on that concept. So tell them to write it can be a 1-star or a 2-star or a 3-star. So just explain those concepts which are very clear to the students. And also, I need more help, more practice. I need guidance in this part of content. So this is the real picture of formative assessment, and this can be done during online mode of education. One more poll is there. I'm avoiding this. You can write the answer of this question in your chat box, how assessment can be done online. Now, this is a practical assessment technique which I used during my process of teaching. Just a minute. So I'm mentioning here student A, B, C, D. There are so many students. There were so many students. So after discussing about the environment, the concept of environment and the environmental education, I just instruct them to reflect in this manner, design something about what you learned. So the student created this picture. I think it must be clear to you. So they used this pencil and they created this picture. There are some animals and a human being is sitting there, and trees and mountain and all that. Then it passed to student B to add something, to think something, and to add that thing, what he or she can add or reflect on. So the student B, she added only a mobile in the hand of that person. So just think how the situation is going on. Because we are in the online mode of education, that's why she put a mobile in the hand of that person. Then again, coming to the next students, that what she did, he or she, I don't know, she added this, the red color. So I instructed them to use the different colors. So she added this image, this point of there is pollution, there is water pollution, air pollution. So this is also a concept. So how, just see how the learning is going on, the creation of knowledge is going on. Now the student D, what they added that this person is cutting the tree. So the real situation, what is happening in our society. So they just put a man that he or she is cutting the tree. Then coming to the next student, that sheet was given to the next student. Yes, she added that the student. So they are learning and adding the knowledge created by the previous student. So they are adding, and she added that there are some people or the students, they are planting trees, and then even you can just see the mountains are also now green in color. So she changed this scenario of the concept. Again, this was given to the student, student F, and what they did, they add this hands of protection to the environment. So the concept has changed. This is the situation of co-learning. I think one of the students had asked some question related to how we assess the during the collaborative approach of learning. This is the way, this kind of techniques, these kind of strategies can be used. Just if we can see here that how the knowledge has created a different shape with the help of the students. So this is also a kind of peer learning thing. So there are different forms of e-learning, from the no learning condition, from the face-to-face to the 100% learning, e-learning situation, or we can say that is personal learning. So we are going from the no e-learning, face-to-face learning, towards the blended learning, towards the distributed learning, until the personal learning, that is the e-learning or self-regulated learning. It means online learning is self-regulated learning. So there is school learning management system. Professor Ivasa also told about the total learning management system. So coming to the modified form of Bloom's taxonomy, the highest order thing is to create something. So to do something, to reflect upon. So now the Bloom taxonomy, the online modes of, as per the Bloom's taxonomy, what assessment methods can be used? These slides reflect this. Coming to the next slide. For the formative assessment, these kind of assessment techniques or tools can be used. For summative assessment, we can use these kinds, and especially in the field of teacher education, even more techniques and strategies can be used, because we all are different. We think in a different manner. We can, by adding something new in the previous one, we can create new knowledge, new kind of assessment technique, new kind of strategy. So it depends. The thing is to involve. So these are all apps which can be used for assessing the online test and quiz also, and polling. So the teacher can use that poll everywhere that I have used. And also the assessment tools are Hot Potatoes, very efficient tools, and Kahoot. So other speakers have also using this Kahoot and Hot Potatoes and quizzes. Just go there. Moodle, yes, it is a pure learning platform. And the new version of Moodle allows for more creativity, more form of assessment of to assess the learning. So just go there. These are also the, different apps which can be used. Yes, Edupuzzle to assess the assessment. For rubrics, there is GoRubrics. Online rubric can be created. There is Flipgrid to create a collage of different things where students can put their input also. Yeah, formative is also a different kind of assessment. Insert learning is there, Gimkit is there, Edulastic is there to use the assessment. So there are so many kinds of tools and apps which can be used. You have to search. So you have to accept the situation, and the teacher has to search the thing suitable to them to use in their classroom. So it is very subjective. It depends upon the situation, the environment. And also, today we have these kind of apps. Tomorrow, today we have Hot Potatoes. Tomorrow we may have red chilies, green chilies, tasty chilies. So it depends upon the situation, in the condition. And yes, the IIT companies, they will come forward and they will develop the tools as per the need. So introduction of technologies increase the pedagogical autonomy of the teacher, or I can say the pedagogical autonomy of the teacher. So they can design their class, their plan, their mode of action. So the softwares, these are only the apps. The softwares are the apps. They provide you just the you have some ideas. These are the artificial intelligence. And so combining with these artificial intelligence, your creativity, your ideas, your innovativeness, you can create different kind of things as per the need of your student, your classroom, your region, your university, your college. So it depends. So just what you have to do is to search these kind of apps, use them, put your ideas, and manage your students. It is in your hand, it is in the hand of the teachers, how they can manage the learning of the students, how they can manage the assessment techniques and the content delivery techniques. So it is on the, it depends upon the teachers. And yes, we are going to, if we are going towards 100% school, then what kind of assessment tools or self-learning materials or apps or depends.
Madam, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I'm just.
Madam, because there is another speaker.
Yes, yes.
So kindly conclude within 5 minutes.
Okay,
please.
okay. I'm thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the thing is, so they have to say this, yes, we have to move towards the students that they can assess themselves, that is self-assessment and also the self-reflection. So training should be given in that manner. So we are going from generation 1 to generation 3 in 2025, that is generation 4, that is continuous integrated assessment should be there, and personalized feedback. So and tutoring, so that is peer assessment and online collaboration, which I explained very much. So it also increase the autonomy of the students to manage their own learning, to create something, to do something new. So the mode of assessment from the teacher assessment, that is teacher has all the rights to assess, we will shift towards the self-assessment techniques, including the peer assessment. So this is the this slide reflects the process of self-assessment. So what can be used for self-assessment techniques? So learning is fun, stay at home and enjoy and be healthy, be safe. Thanks to all of you. Hello. Please unmute your microphone. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. As we know, you are a tool developer, and that you demonstrate betterly through your active-based lecture. But now we have a less time, so we have to go for the next lecture. आगे के जो व्याख्याता हैं प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार, उनके व्याख्यान से पहले मैं उनका एक सामान्य परिचय कराना चाहूँगा। समय के अभाव है, इसलिए थोड़े से ही शब्द में मैं उनका परिचय कराना चाहूँगा। विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग से अनुसंधान पुरस्कार के विजेता रहे हैं प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार। पंडिचेरी विश्वविद्यालय में सहायक प्रोफेसर के रूप में कार्य करते समय विद्यार्थी मूल्यांकन के आधार पर लगातार 5 बार श्रेष्ठ शिक्षक के प्रमाण से सम्मानित हुए। अब तक 4 पुस्तकें उनकी प्रकाशित हुई है। उनके कई पत्र पत्रिकाएं राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पत्रिकाओं में प्रकाशित हुए हैं। वर्तमान केरला केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय के पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय शिक्षण मिशन के निदेशक के रूप में भी कार्यरत हैं। वर्तमान केरला केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय के शिक्षा विभाग के विभागाध्यक्ष एवं प्रोफेसर के पद पर कार्यरत हैं प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार। अग्रिम व्याख्यान हेतु मैं निवेदन करूंगा अमृत जी कुमार जी को वो अपने व्याख्यान प्रदान करें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you for that wonderful note of welcome. Respected head of the department, Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya School of Education, Professor Thakurji, dear Professor Shirish Ji, and other members of Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya, other members of this Department of Education of Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, आप सबको मेरा सादर नमस्कार। So I think it's unfair if I don't speak even if I don't utter even a single word in Hindi, that in a program which has been organized by a university which is named after our Rashtrabhasha. So I was listening to the talk of Professor Seema Dhawan. It was a wonderful presentation. A lot of useful tips have been provided, and I was a bit confused whether how my lecture will be taken after such a wonderful lecture, because most of what I'm going to say is not maybe mainly on the base of some kind of practical utility for you for the immediate near future. But mainly I'll be focusing on a conceptual aspect of the concept of examination. and how this concept of examination is been functioning in our modern system of education, and how this system of education and examination mutually work in such a way that creates a particular kind of an environment and atmosphere for the student and the teacher as a whole. That's what I'm basically going to discuss about. So I have named it as examination as a ritual performance in our education system. So I'm just trying to draw an analogy of a ritual that we used to do in our daily life, maybe or religious life, or maybe something of that sort. I'm just trying to see how a system of examination that we follow today is taking the form of a ritual. So that will be the core of the lecture, basically. What we can see today is, examination in our modern society has become a synonym to kind of assessment. So I just wanted to classify or to categorize categorically between the idea of assessment and the idea of examination. So idea of assessment and idea of examination are two different entities, at least for the sake of this particular lecture. I'm just trying to propose this particular idea. So for me, they looks like, even if examination is a sort of assessment, in our present contemporary system, what we can see is that they are apart on different sides of a pole, and then looks extremely different. That's what the first part of my discussion will be focusing on. I just start with a small narration based on a story which I have read through in a famous work of R.K. Narayan, one of the famous Indian English writer, R.K. Narayan. So the name of this particular story is the protagonist of this particular story is one person whose name is Ishwaran. Ishwaran, as we all know, Ishwaran is God. So the name of this character in this particular story is Ishwaran. Ishwaran has failed 9 times in his 9th standard examination. In his 10th standard examination, and this is the 10th time he's trying to attempt his 10th standard examination. So 10th time, 10th standard examination. And Ishwaran is all set to go out from home, and then his family, Ishwaran, are you going to check your result? In a kind of a funny, in a kind of a mockery way, in a kind of a satire. Ishwaran just say that I don't care about my result, and then he proceed he set out for checking his result, maybe in the early morning, nearly around some 10 o'clock or so, or 9:30 or so. So people, the style of RK's narration. People do ask Ishwaran, are you going to check the result? And the Ishwaran consistently says, I don't care about my result. Ishwaran just go through. When he reached his school, he could see that people are thronging in front of his school to check the result of the 10th standard, because this is the day of announcing the result. And Ishwaran didn't stop there, actually. That's what the story keeps you thrilled. Ishwaran didn't stop there. He still proceeded further. And he moved away from the school gate, and then he go forward and reached to a nearby movie theater, film theater. He reached a nearby movie theater. So he took the ticket for the first film in the morning show. It starts around some 10 o'clock or so. And then he took ticket, and then he got into the cinema theater. He started watching it. And this movie was over around some 12:30 or maybe 12:30 or so. He came out of the cinema hall, and then he just wandered around for a bit of time. And after half an hour, next show will start. Ishwaran decided to see the film again, the same film again. So Ishwaran took the ticket again, and then he got into the movie theater again, the same cinema, the same movie he watched again. And that movie ended around 4:30, something of that time, maybe 4 o'clock or so. So he came out again, still he wandered around the movie theater. and then he decided to watch that movie again. This is the third time he's going to watch the same movie again. So he took the ticket, got into the theater, and then he started watching the movie. That movie was over by around 7 o'clock or something, 8 o'clock or so. He came out. Now still there is one more movie, one more show remaining. So Ishwaran decided to watch that show as well, the same movie. This is the fourth time that he is going to see the same movie. Took the ticket. Hello, is there anything to communicate? No, okay. Okay, so he watched the movie again, and then finally, when this movie was over, it was around some 12 o'clock, late night. He came outside. Now there is no more shows remaining. Ishwaran has no other option other than going back to his home. Ishwaran came out of the movie theater. He happened to see the road, which is absolutely vacuum. There is nobody on the road. As what Khushwant Singh says in one of his famous work, The Train to Pakistan. People have suspended themselves in their sleeps. So there is nobody. Ishwaran walked back. There is no other choice left for him. On the way back, I've told you, is his school. When he reached near the school gate, he just gazed inside, and then he could see that there is nobody. In the morning, there was a big number of people hanging around to see the result, but now there is nobody to see the result because everybody has gone back to their home. It is late night. Ishwaran stood there for a while, and then he decided to check his result. So he jumped the gate, and then he gate crashed and then got into the campus of the school. He walked very slowly. He is not thrilled to check his result. So he just walked very slowly, went near to the notice board where this result is exhibited. He started checking his result. So he started checking his result in the distinction part, means highest distinction part. He checked. He confirmed that he don't have a distinction. You should remember that this is the 10th attempt of Ishwaran, but still he is taking in the distinction part. And then second, he checked first class result, and then he checked through the whole first class numbers, and then he came to know that he don't have a first class. And then he checked second class again, second class numbers, and then he happened to come across his number in the second class group. But Ishwaran didn't stop there. Ishwaran again checked the third class. This is the beauty of narration of R.K. Narayan. You could see that repetition has a quite kind of a very important theme in this, very important message to pass to the readers in this particular story, because Ishwaran is watching the same movie again, and then Ishwaran is checking the result. After checking his third class and confirming that he don't have a third class, Ishwaran decided to check the result again from distinction. So again, repetition. So Ishwaran checked, then again he checked first class, then again he checked the second class, and he confirmed that he has got a second class, and then he checked his third class again, and then Ishwaran stopped there. He came to realize that he has got a second class. He passed 10th standard examination at his 10th attempt with a second class, but Ishwaran is not euphoric, not that much happy, knowing that he has passed the examination. He's as usual. He just walked back to the gate, jumped out of the campus, reached the roadside, and then he looked on the left side of the campus. He could see the river Sarayu flowing very silently. And Ishwaran just reminisced his childhood days, and then he gradually started moving towards the river Sarayu. So he put his first leg into the chilled water of river Sarayu, and then second leg, third, fourth, fifth, and then he reached near the water. Almost when he stopped where water has reached up to his neck, and then he stood there. He stopped there for a while. and there ends the story. You have to decide what happened to each other. So this is quite a kind of a symbolic presentation of a kind of a violence which is being shown upon our children in our modern society. In India, we could see that, in the last week, there was a suicide in Kerala. And the alleged reason is that, and she was caught for copy. She has scribbled something on the back of her hall ticket, and then that was caught by the invigilator, and then she went out of the examination hall. This young girl, and then she committed suicide. The next day, her body was found in a river, which was called as Meenachil River. And then, if you take the major reason for these suicides in India, one of the major reasons, of course, agricultural failure was one which we could not ignore. But one of the major reason for the suicides in India, I would say that education and examination. Of course, examination is one of the major reasons for suicides in India. IITs, when you take IITs, when you take IIMs, when you take any national institutes of importance, central universities, or maybe 10th passed students who are trying for medical, engineering, IITs, and so on, our tests, our examination system, our high-stake tests has contributed generously towards the total capital of suicide in our modern society. And that's where I would like to draw from the famous French thinker whose name is Pierre Bourdieu. Pierre Bourdieu, who proposed two types of violences which is prevailing in a society. The first one is hard violence, and the second one is the soft violence. The hard violence is a violence where you attack a person by using gun, or maybe by you physically assault a person, or the state or the systemic attack on the individual, like how the George Floyd was killed in US, and again another important case which happened in US in the last 2 days. All these are the hard violence upon the people, and they are physically attacked, and then they are killed sometimes. They are fatally injured, something of that sort. These are called as hard violences, and even in India it happens quite rampantly. And when you look at the soft violence, in soft violence, nobody kills anybody, but soft violences are happening in such a way that the big systems and the big institutions like, family, like education and educational institutions are unleashing a kind of a violence upon the children, and the students who are, or the victims, I would say the victims who are unable to defend to the violence of the system or the systemic violence, take the responsibility of the death of themselves, and they take it as suicide. So nobody is a culprit. Who is culprit? If a student commits suicide fearing the examination of IIT entrance examination or medical entrance examination, who is the culprit? There is no culprit at all. And student has committed suicide. This is what is called a soft violence upon the children. And I would argue that the whole system of education has been made in such a fashion that it is unleashing a kind of a soft violence, and the soft violence is being mainly executed through sometimes curriculum, sometimes pedagogy, sometimes the institutional decorum, sometimes institutional procedures, and to a large extent through the system of examination. That's what the major argument I was just trying to pose before you. And then I would like to argue that, I just would like to draw it from the famous proposition which was made by Martin Heidegger, who was known as one of the one of the great figures of this last century, who proposed this, who has contributed largely for this phenomenological theory and contributions towards this phenomenological research. Now, his famous proposition goes in this way, like, whether birds fly because they have wings, whether birds fly because they have wings or have wings because they fly. Looks quite kind of confusing, sometimes a silly kind of a proposition. The proposition is this: whether birds fly because they have wings, whether birds fly because they have wings, or have wings, birds have wings because they fly. So this is an important question. So what is true? Do you think that birds are flying mainly because they have wings? So if wings are a kind of instrument that help a bird to fly, that means that in course of time, this bird can sometimes abandon this particular wings, and then it can go for some other activity, like we fly with a flight. So for example, we fly because there is flights, Airbuses are there, so we take flights. So when we say that birds fly because they have wings, only because they have wings, that means that when they use their wings only when they are in need of wings. And the second part of the proposition says that birds have wings because they fly. Because flying is not a kind of an action which they do mainly because they have these wings, but instead flying is the very being of birds itself. It's a very being of birds, because their physical world, their life is been settled, been programmed in such a way that they have to have insects on the top of the trees, and they have several other kind of specifications of their life which has been programmed accordingly. So they have to fly. That's why they have wings. This is the second part of the proposition of Martin Heidegger, which means that flying is not something birds do because they have wings, but instead flying is the very being of the bird itself. This is something like human being when we are compared with our speech. It's not that we speak because there is a language, because we have a tongue or something of that sort, because speech is a very being of human being. So, of course, we know that there are people who cannot speak, but basically when we speak about our speech, we know that it's not that because we have a language, we have a tongue, we speak. Instead, speech is a very being of human being. This kind of a relationship has a lot of implications for our examination, for our system of assessment and learning. That's what I believe. That's what I was trying to explain, breaking down the idea of Martin Heidegger. So, my proposition goes in this way, as Martin Heidegger proposed: whether students learn because they have assessments, like whether birds fly because they have wings. So I'm asking whether students learn because they have assessment or have assessment because they learn. This is a basic question that we have to pose. Suppose if the students learn because they have assessment, assessment is a kind of a system which is external to the process of learning, which is absolutely external. And that external process of learning is being conducted, external entity, phenomenon is being conducted by some other group other than the learner, where learner is being tested. And we all know that we all enjoy testing others, not being tested ourselves. When we go for NAC, we enjoy. When the NAC come to our university, we are disturbed. When we go for Viva, we enjoy. When we are being assessed for CAS or something, we are disturbed. Something of that. That's the beauty of that's the contradiction of assessment for an individual when he is assessing and he is being assessed. So the point is, if students learn because they have assessment in the form of an examination, that means that assessment is not part of their learning. Assessment is a separate entity. So without assessment also they can move ahead. That's what this particular proposition says. Only because assessment is available, they learn. So if assessment is not available, assessment is not present there, they will just go ahead without having any kind of assessment. The second part of the proposition is that students have assessment because they learn. In this second part of the proposition, which says that, or which means that assessment is a very being of learning. It's not a separate entity of learning. Assessment is very difficult to differentiate the idea of assessment from the very concept of learning. It's something like when we make a coffee. Once you make a cup of coffee, it's very difficult to differentiate the sugar and the milk and the coffee powder and water. It's very difficult for you, or rather, I would say it's impossible for you to do that. So assessment is kind of a system. It's a kind of a compound of the idea of learning, and in every bit of learning, in every minute of learning, assessment is very, very much being of the process of learning. Assessment is being the learning, or assessment is learning itself. But unfortunately, when we extract this particular idea of assessment from the concept of learning, and we keep it as a separate entity in the form of an examination, we come to the first proposition where students learn mainly because there is assessment. So this has a lot of implication for us, where we, traditionally, or when you look at, when you take the case of our Upanishadic literature, you can see that the Pipilada, the great Upanishadic guru, is asking, the disciple of Pipilada is asking a question to Pipilada in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, I believe. Guru, when I was sleeping, where was my consciousness? And then from where it came back when I woke up. So where was my memory hiding? So it should need a space or a place to hide out. And where was my memory when I was sleeping? And from where did it came back? So this kind of a questions, always in the form of a kind of argument or a Socratic kind of communication between the guru and the shishya, was very much part of our system. And this process of learning, it was quite kind of a compound. Assessment was a compound of learning. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to differentiate one from the other. So when we took out assessment and keep it as a separate kind of an entity, and we started seeing the most unfortunate, catastrophes in our education. That's what we see, catastrophes. Assessment, which is supposed to be a part. What happens as a result is, when assessment is taken out, is being pulled out from the idea of learning and kept it as a separate entity, when we call it as examination. Learning and examination will become two different entities. And as a result, the student will have a feeling, not only the student, I would argue that even the teacher will have a feeling of a kind of an alienation. I would argue alienation. Alienation is a state where an individual feels that whatever I'm doing is not for myself. Someone else will come and take away its benefits, its essence, and then he or she will make benefit out of it. So what I am doing is not for myself. So that state of affairs, but still I'm forced to do, that state of affairs is called as a kind of an alienation. I would tell you a wonderful example from the myth of Kerala, I would say. There is a famous myth in Kerala, which was called as the story of Perundachan. Perundachan, in the sense, Perum means bada, big. Tachan means sculpture. It means the great sculpture. So it's believed that he is an Amsha Avadara of Mahavishnu in South Indian, especially in Keralite mythology. He was a great sculptor. But sculptures, as always you know, it doesn't belong to to the higher stratas of the society, because higher strata has been constituted by Brahmins, and then we know all these varnasrama dharmas in our system, which was part of ancient Indian society. This sculpture was basically in the lower strata, and then he was making an idol of a Devi or a Kali or Ma Durga, and then he was in the process of making. It took a lot of time for him because he was such a perfectionist. He was working on it time and again. It took a lot of time for him to complete it. And by the time the authorities, those who are supposed to install this particular idol, has become a little nervous because it's taking a lot of time, because they have to look at the time of installation. That's what I was talking about, the kind of visualization and all. The time of installation is very important. So they become a bit nervous. And then once upon a time, they came to the workshop of Perundachan, the great sculpture, and then see that sculpture is not there, but the idol is almost done, almost done. So what they did, without his permission, they took out, and then they started the installation ceremony of the Devi, of the idol. When this great sculptor came back, and then he happened to see that his idol is being taken away, he rushed to the temple where this installation ceremony is going on, to the sanctum sanctorium, and he cried out, "Please stop, the work is not completed. So please stop it." And then the supreme priest, the cardinal priest, who was in the process of installation, says that now sculpture cannot touch the idol, because it has become a deity now. It's a deity now. Once a stone is a deity, the sculpture cannot touch it, as per Kerala's culture. Maybe in North India, even an ordinary layman also get into the sanctum sanctorium, as we know. But in Kerala, once a stone is being incarnated as an idol, other than Brahmin, nobody else can. Other than nobody else can touch it, right? So, the feat of this Perundachan is called as alienation. Sorry. I've done a work, and then finally somebody else have taken it away. Somebody else have taken it away. That's what a state of alienation. And you can imagine my state of affair when my work is being taken away. It's not the physical work of an individual is being taken away, but the intellectual work of an individual also can be taken away by a system. And that's why I call it as a systemic violence, where a learner is having a feeling that whatever I learn is not being supposed to be beneficial for me in my future. Instead, that will be taken away by kind of a system which is called as examination, and you can forget it after the examination. So in the process, that's why the famous comparison of banking notion of knowledge, education, that you put money like knowledge into the brain of the student and pull it out, draw it back, withdraw it back at the time of examination, and the student's account is empty, balance, zero balance. So this kind of a state of alienation, every student will approach a person who has alienated already, and he knows that this is not going to benefit me in my future. I'm alienated. Once you are alienated, again, you are pushed to the same system. The way you approach this particular process has a lot of implication for your kind of work. So an alienated student feels that I'm learning not for myself, but for examination. So an alienated student is the product, is the result of the modern kind of examination system. And the teacher also is being highly alienated in such a way that the teacher feels that whatever I'm doing is not going to be beneficial for me, or either for me or my student, but they all will learn the essential life skills through some other process. And we all teach them all these academic concepts, big notions, Euclid's axioms, and big kind of thing. Finally, they will forget it. We will teach them LCM, and a student is never going to use LCM we teach LCM for 1 lakh students, say for example, out of which 2 students or 3 students will use LCM for their future purposes. So kind of an alienation is the result of this separation of examination from the assessment. That's what my point basically is. When examination is being extracted from the assessment system, examination has been, the students and the whole teaching society has become a kind of in a state of an alienation. That's I was arguing. And you know, the origin of examination, you know, the origin of the system of exam, if you just Google it, you will see that sometimes in Egypt, sometimes in China, the modern system of examination has started. But I would argue that the major point which I wanted to see, a kind of a paradox, which I would argue is that, you know, the origin of examination remained disconnected to its past. The present system of examination, how this system of examination, the modern academic examination system has emerged, has a disconnect with its past. When you look at an old farmer, his wrinkled face will tell you a story of his life. When you look at the story, when you look at the wrinkled face of an old farmer, that tells a story. If you wanted to learn a story, only that this is a condition. If you wanted to learn a story out of it, that wrinkled face will communicate rhetorically a story to you. Sometimes it may break you down, and sometimes you may cry. Sometimes it will tell you a story, provided if you want. When you look at the soil, it will tell you a story how it has become like this. So the things around us tells us a story about its past, tells a story about its own history. It has a connect with its history. But the point is that examination system that we see today has a disconnect with its future. And that disconnects, that kind of a disconnect is, I would argue, is highly mysterious and arcane as well. It's kind of an arcane disconnect between the present and the future. When we are looking into, why I'm arguing this is, when we look into the development of different kinds of tests, say for example, take the case of intelligence test that has been developed during, during the 19th century by famous, intelligence theorists like Alfred Binet and Simon, for whom Piaget was a great supporter. Because Piaget was a student of Simon, was an associate of Simon, basically. And then Binet and Simon, this particular intelligence test or the intelligence quotient, French government asked them to prepare a kind of a test that can measure the intelligence. And this intelligence was very successful in differentiating blacks from the whites, basically. So a kind of a cultural capital of the white was being tested through this intelligence quotient. Say, for example, I argue that if this is an example, this is not in that IQ test. Say, I argue that if ink is for pen, dash is for jeep or car. If ink is for pen and dash is for car, an individual who has acquainted with car, an individual who has acquainted with pen will know what is ink, will know what is pen, and will know what is petrol or diesel, and then that to be or something like that. But you just imagine, you cannot presume that everybody has gone through the idea of pen and ink. There was, at that particular point of time in the 19th century, pen was a privilege for many people at that point of time. So what I just wanted to argue is that the intelligence quotient which was developed during the 19th century was having a very, very definite politics. But unfortunately, none of us look seriously into that politics, but we use it extensively for our research and different kinds of works. And you see the different ideas which has been proposed by Benjamin Bloom and his revised, taxonomy of instructional objectives. You look into the history of the development of this Benjamin Bloom's concept of instructional strategies, instructional objectives, taxonomy of instructional objectives. Bloom was a student. We have our memory goes only up to Bloom, not beyond that. That's what I say. There is a disconnect between history and the present. We know Bloom, but what is beyond Bloom, we do not know. Bloom was a person who was working with Chicago University, he was part of the Chicago University's examination board. And then, when he completed his master's, he was very much interested in a very popular person. He was an ardent fan of this particular person whose name was Frederick Winslow Taylor. Taylor was the person who introduced scientific managerialism in the management, in the factory management, who believed that scientific principles can be applied to the management system, to the management of the factories, to the management of the industries, and so on. In that scientific management, what he believed is that one of the basic assumptions of Frederick Winslow Taylor was that the laborer is not a very, very intelligent kind of a person, but he is good at performing certain kinds of skills, distinct skills. So what you have to do is the very few managers, means the intelligent managers has to do is they have to find out the micro kind of skills to be performed by the laborer, and then assign this particular skill to the laborer and train them so that they will do it.
Excuse me, Professor
Yes.
Amrit. I think you conclude within 5 minutes. We are getting delay. We have to break.
Okay. Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So, this Frederick Winslow Taylor was basically a person who believed that human laborers can be used for working like machines. So they don't have much ability to think, but when the managers give them the work, they will do like, animals or maybe like machines. So that's why he proposed the idea of outcomes, and then split them into outcomes, and then assign them to the laborer so that more work can be extracted. So what I was saying is this particular idea of Frederick Winslow Taylor was being adopted to the modern system of education by Franklin Bobbitt, and he proposed the idea of Taylorism in education. And then Taylorism, which was considered as a kind of treating human as animals in the industrial society, in the industrial system, which has been resisted by many of the laborers, labor organizations. And this Taylor was the teacher of Benjamin Bloom. Bloom has worked with Taylor. He's an ardent fan of Taylor. He has worked with, where he also believed that, Bloom also believed that we can teach the teacher do not know what to do, so that we will drop them down the instructional objectives. And when the Taylorism is being applied to the education system, Franklin Bobbitt and Winslow Taylor, including Benjamin Bloom, believed that student is a raw material, teacher is a laborer. So teacher is just labor, is kind of a labor. I think, Ayu, then I am not able to come to the idea of ritualization. Okay, anyway, I need not jump to ritualization. I'll stop wherever you tell me to stop. So, in fact, my idea of ritualization is yet to come. Anyway, I'm not jumping into that. With this slide, I'm just stopping. I'm sure that I'll talk my idea of ritualization sometime later, somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt because of the time constraint. So wonderful.
So, so do I need to conclude with this particular slide?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So what I wanted to tell you is that the most apparent truth about examination is the most hidden truth of examination. The most apparent truth is the most hidden truth, basically. That's kind of a paradox, basically a kind of a paradox. This happens almost everywhere. Take the case of fish. The most apparent truth is that fish is always wet. Fish is in the water, and the fish is always wet. But we never see that fish is always wet, because this wetness of the water is the very being of the fish, And when you jump into the water, you see that I am wet now, because the water is not the very being of human being. like air is quite very being the human being, water is quite a very being of the human being. Though my argument is that, the most apparent truth about examination is that we believe that examination is for selection, and the most hidden truth about examination is that examination is for elimination. When it selects 10, it eliminates 20. Not only from examination, but also from the contours of life. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we know, you are an innovative teacher. Always you draw a lot from poetry, literature, and philosophy in your teaching and lecture. That you demonstrated here also by quoting R.K. Narayan and other stories and with lively examples. Thanking you, sir. Thank you again. आगे के सत्र के लिए मैं निवेदन करूंगा इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर रमाकांत महालिक अपने अध्यक्ष वक्तव्य से सत्र को समाहित करेंगे। धन्यवाद। प्रोफेसर रमाकांत महालिक।
So thank you very much. So at the outset, I would appreciate and congratulate both presenter, Professor Amrut and Professor Seema. And I'll start with the Professor Amrut, one of the finest critic of examinations. So of course, due to shortage of time, I could not give him more time. Even in fact, I want to listen more from him. It's a wonderful, lecture he was trying to give. But one thing, he was trying to always criticize the examination. Of course, what he said, that is prevalent and that is happening nowadays. But maybe he could, or he should answer us, or somewhere he should think on what we should do in our education system so that, examination is a part of learning, or examination is only selection or elimination that can be removed, or that can be somewhere we have to change it, the way he is perceiving or the way he is thinking about that. Even for the information like in NCERT, even after 2005, when we brought out the NCA document, I think these are the things we discussed there. The harmful effect of examination on our students, even on our entire education system, on the quality of teaching and learning. And there we suggested, I think it was implemented maybe 3 to 4 years, it was implemented by the CBSE when we abolished the class 10 examination conducted by CBSE and other school boards. And some of these school boards, they have implemented, and many of the school boards, they have taken their own decision. But what I want to say, after realizing this, harmful effect of examination at the government level, at the NCERT level, at the CBSE level, and the initiative have been taken to minimize the harmful effect of examination on our students and in our examination system. Now I think everywhere Madam Seema was also highlighted some points like the school-based examination. Examination is an integral part of teaching. I think this is something outcome of the critique of Professor Amrut, or to many people like him who criticize the formal examination system, for which the school-based examination, the continuous and comprehensive examination, they are being implemented in the country only in intention to reduce the burden, to make the child free from stress, free from anxiety. I think it was a wonderful, maybe eye-opening for many of us from Professor Amrut. At the same time, Seema Madam, she has given a very good introduction about the assessment, and mainly the online assessments. And during this particular time when the entire country is facing a kind of lockdown, everywhere the schools are closed and the universities closed, and the colleges are closed. And when everything is closed now, everybody is thinking about how to teach and how to conduct examination. So madam has a point, and she also demonstrated some of the tools like Quiz Time, Survey Planet. These are the online platforms that we can use when we are teaching. And she was trying to tell us, as a teacher, we usually deal with a formative assessment, a summative assessment, and formative assessment means we have to interact during our teaching. And most of the times when this pandemic started and when we started online teaching, many of us, we are quite confused, quite on our, so how to make our class interactive, how to make our class the way we are doing in a face-to-face situation. In a face-to-face situation, we put a question, then students answer it, and we ask to another student, then they also answer it. Then as a teacher, I consolidate, I summarize, then I rephrase it and present to the students. I think same way, even in the online tools, there are many online tools are available. We can use during our online classes, during our remote classes, we can use it. One of the tool I will suggest here that madam has not suggested, like mentimeter.com. Mentimeter is basically a presentation tool. Here presentation tools, you will find here there are different style of different formats of presentations are available. You can create your presentation like you are presenting in a PowerPoint presentation. At the same time, in Mentimeter, you'll find a variety of question forms. You can have a multiple choice question. You can have a cloud-based question. You can have a scaling type of question. There are many open-ended question options are there. So even you can try the mentimeter.com, create question, and when you are interacting your class, like the way we are doing this meeting through Google Meet, you go on, you explain your point. So after explaining one point, you want to stop there, you want to do a formative assessment, you want to make an interaction, you want to test whether students follow your understanding or whether your students are listening to you at least, or whether you want to know to what extent you are effective. Then you can use your Mentimeter. You go to Mentimeter and pose a question. And immediately the way Madam Dhawan has demonstrated, the Mentimeter also you can show the result to the students. Even you can find out who are the students who have corrected, who are the students who have not corrected the answer. So that also can be presented and it can be visible to all the students. So there are many formative assessment tools are there that we can use during the assessment procedure. But again, also the Madam Dhawan has suggested very many important points regarding the teacher education. Of course, the seminar is on alternative assessment in teacher education. But in fact, teacher education and school education, they are very closely related. I cannot separate this is a school education only and this is a teacher education. In fact, ultimately the teacher education is merged with school education. We have to, whatever we are doing in teacher education, so we are doing for school education. So even in teacher education, of course, even we talk of assessment in teacher education. Teacher education once means they are all adult. Madam suggested there is a andragogy and there is a pedagogy, and Madam has suggested this is a pedagogy. This is something new I am hearing. So I think she merged both the pedagogy and the andragogy. But when we are talking about assessment in teacher education means they are adult, they are trainees. Maybe teacher education, when I'm thinking, they may be a pre-service teachers, they may be in-service teachers. So for them, we have to think of a alternative assessment, alternative formats of assessment. So for this, we have to see, only knowing the digital tools or knowing the applications or knowing the software is not enough. We have to base our alternative assessment to what we want to assess. In teacher education, basically we have a theory papers, we have a assignment, we have a project, we have an internship. There are many tools. Madam also suggested it. Suppose only one 2 point I will make here, like, you know, when we are going for internship, most of the cases, I think most of the university during the internship, students they deliver lesson, they observe the peer classes, they prepare a achievement test, they administer it, they prepare reports on that. Even they write a critical reflection. Even from NCERT, we have a diary, a reflective diary. Each and every student should maintain a reflective diary, so highlighting each and every aspect of internship program. I think internship is a major part of our teacher education program, and there are many tools and applications are available that we can use for assessing our internship programs. So we can go for a portfolio. We have a portfolio assessment. Now we have many portfolio applications are there. So very simple thing that everybody is familiar with that. We can orient our student teacher. They can create a portfolio highlighting their all the internship works in a Google Sites. So very Google Sites, they can create a portfolio. They can create a website for their work. Even at least if they create a portfolio, the portfolio can be shared with the teacher. It can be shared with the mentor. So mentor can read, mentor can comment, mentor can give feedback. So what I want to tell you here is, of course, there is a difficulty in connectivity. There is a difficulty in maybe availability of digital gadgets and digital devices. Still, I think this is the time when we cannot completely disregard the online assessment platforms. So always I said something is better than nothing. Whoever may be criticizing this online assessment, I always say, so what to do now? So when nothing is possible, so at least we can do something by online assessment. So there are many other e-portfolio tools, like you can go for a Canvas, you can go for a WordPress, you can go for a like EduBlog. EduBlog, I think what I want, our trainees, our student teachers must be oriented about all the different kinds of assessment tools. Then only we can implement the idea of online assessment in the teacher education. And finally, when you are coming to the the summative assessment, the formative assessment, like summative assessment, the term examination, I think that is something nowadays, even in India, I think most of the government institutions, we are far behind in implementing the summative assessment in teacher education, even our universities and colleges. Of course, in abroad, in foreign countries, they have software, they have sophisticated applications they are using for that. Even I think India, the government of India is trying to hire, trying to implement, trying to provide all the application and software by using which we can also conduct a term examination, a final examination we can conduct even in our teacher education. So finally, what I conclude that online assessment is possible in teacher education programs. We can do formative assessment, we can assess the internship in teaching programs, we can assess the assignment and project, and finally we can do a term and examination, the annual examination. And finally, I should thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the university, and I'm really thankful to Dr. Thakur, Dr. Sirish Pal Singh, Dr. Silpi Kumari, and their entire team of Department of Education, which is one of the best department, one of the very active department I have seen in India, one of the best department. I wish all the best, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is the time to show gratefulness or gratitude towards our eminent speakers, because through these lectures, teachers and educators will be highly benefited in this pandemic era. I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Shambarkar, to show gratitude memorandum. Thank you.
आवाज नहीं
ऑनलाइन। मैं धर्मेंद्र नारायण राव शंबरकर, सहायक प्रोफेसर शिक्षा विभाग, महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय वर्धा। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी का विषय था अध्यापक शिक्षा में वैकल्पिक आकलन और मूल्यांकन। आज के द्वितीय सत्र में हमारे जो आज के प्रेजेंटर थे प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन, प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार और अध्यक्षता कर रहे थे रमाकांत मौलिक सर। मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहता हूं कि माननीय कुलपति प्रोफेसर रजनीश कुमार शुक्ल, महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय वर्धा, मैं उनसे धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहता हूं कि वो हमेशा हमारे अभिभावक के रूप में और मार्गदर्शक के रूप में हमें सदैव मार्गदर्शन करते हैं। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहता हूँ। उसी तरह आज के हमारे अध्यक्ष, आज के टेक्निकल सत्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर रमाकांत मौलिक, RI भोपाल, इन्होंने काफी महत्वपूर्ण अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन में हमें संबोधित किया है ताकि हमारे जो प्रतिभागी है हम भी काफी लाभान्वित हुए। एक प्रेजेंटिंग के रूप में जो सीमा धवन और अमृत जी, प्रोफेसर अमृत जी ने जो भी व्याख्यान दिया है, उनको एक समाहित करते हुए एक उद्बोधनीय भाषण दिया है, एक व्याख्यान के रूप में उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया है, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। आज के हमारे प्रेजेंटर के रूप में प्रोफेसर सीमा धवन, शिक्षा विभाग, गढ़वाल केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय श्रीनगर उत्तराखंड से काफी मैम ने विभिन्न विषयों को समाहित किया है, विभिन्न विषयों पर टच किया है कम समय में। फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट, उसके बाद में लर्निंग स्टाइल और जो भी मूल्यांकन के पार्ट है उनको काफी मैम ने एक प्रेजेंटेशन के रूप में एक PPT के माध्यम से प्रेजेंट किया है, काफी उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे जो आज के सेकंड प्रेजेंटर थे प्रोफेसर अमृत जी कुमार, अध्यक्ष शिक्षा विभाग केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय केरला, उन्होंने भी एक व्यक्तित्व मतलब एग्जाम परीक्षा और आकलन के दोनों भी चीजों को देखते हुए एक लाभकारी वक्तव्य दिया है, प्रभावित वक्तव्य दिया है, हम काफी लाभान्वित हुए, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे शिक्षा विद्यापीठ के अधिष्ठाता प्रोफेसर मनोज कुमार सर हमें हमेशा एक अभिभावक के रूप में मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, प्रेरित करते हैं, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे शिक्षा विभाग के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर गोपाल कृष्ण ठाकुर सर हमारे हमेशा एक प्रेरणादायी रहे हैं, फिलोसोफर फ्रेंड के रूप में काम करते हैं, हमें प्रेरित करते हैं, हर बात को समझाते हैं, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। और आज के हमारे जो अंतरराष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के सचिव आयोजक है डॉक्टर श्रीपाल सिंह, इनका हमेशा मार्गदर्शन मिलता है, हमें हर कार्य करने के लिए समाहित करते हैं, हर कार्य किस तरह करना चाहिए और किस फॉर्मेशन में करना चाहिए, किस पद्धति से करना है, हमेशा हमें मार्गदर्शन मिलता है, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। इस अंतरराष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के समन्वयक डॉक्टर शिल्पी कुमारी, इनका भी मैं सहायक प्रोफेसर, इनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह आज के हमारे संचालक डॉक्टर भरत कुमार पंडा, एक उत्तम संचालक के रूप में उन्होंने संचालन किया है, इनका मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे जो आज के टेक्नीशियन के रूप में जो कार्यरत है, जो कार्य कर रहे हैं, हमेशा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, गिरीश चंद्र जी है, अंजलि राय है और अभिजीत देशमुख है, इनका हमें काफी सपोर्ट मिलता है और हम कार्य परफेक्ट करते हैं, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे ऑल फैकल्टी का सपोर्ट हमें मिलते रहता है, एक दूसरे के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ काम करते हैं, समूह के साथ काम करते हैं, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह हमारे जो फोटोग्राफर के रूप में कार्य करते हैं, हमेशा एक फोन पे हमें आ जाते हैं, राठौड़ जी है, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। उसी तरह महत्वपूर्ण हमारा जो पार्ट है वो हमारे जो प्रतिभागी है, उन्होंने हमेशा तत्परता के साथ जुड़े रहे हैं, इनसे इस अंतरराष्ट्रीय वेबिनार से जुड़े हैं, उनका लाभ भी काफी उनको भी मिला होगा, ऐसी मैं आशा करता हूँ। और उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने भी प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से जो भी सहयोग मिला है उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। और इसी के साथ हम 4 बजे मिलेंगे समापन सत्र में। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।